Still starving? Yes, okay.
I mean, I put it in group. Wait, let me do let me let everyone know I'm live.
Hello, everybody. Hello.
Like you used to be, guess I'm not the one. I have my music by the one and only Star XR. What do you have? Can't even compare.
Oh yeah.
Jesus
Speaking
Christ.
of music, Mochi, you still have to send me your inspirations or whatever.
Oh,
shit,
yo,
bro.
Star's
Images
doing
or
yours too.
anything.
Let's go.
Yeah, because I'm gonna do the rigging for her model when she cuts it up.
Hey.
Per.
Get it. Don't stop. Get it. Don't stop.
Don't stop, get it, don't stop, get it. Okay. Whoa, look at that, man.
Yeah, the endless loop.
Whoa.
So we are definitely going to hell. It's okay.
Who, me?
No, just
Probably.
all of us. I mean, yeah,
Why?
all of us. I don't know. Just
What did we do?
Feel it in my soul, you know. But it's okay.
I think that's you projecting.
I'm already in hell. What do you mean?
You right.
I don't know which one I'm gonna do first. I think I'll do this one first.
You know you're streaming this, right? I'm just playing.
Yeah. Oh, you mean like that?
Oh, never mind.
Silly.
Okay, you said a goose. You said a
Silly
goose.
goose.
Alright, so I don't know.
I'll share my screeny.
Okay, you're gonna go. Wait, yeah, I was gonna say I have.
I'll go after you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't have anything, and it's gonna be a bad quality look. Well, how do I
That's okay.
Oh
present?
shit. How do I get out of the
Stop.
There we go.
Wait, how do
Yeah.
I slideshow? There we go.
Okay.
I'm excited.
I same.
Wait, am I streaming?
Yeah.
No, you don't have to.
Oh, yeah, you're good. You're on.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
like that.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I
well,
just wanted to make sure that I was okay.
Yeah, no, you're good like that. Yeah, there we go. All right. So just in case you guys don't know, we are gonna be going through a couple of unsolved crimes, mysteries, and whatsy who's it's. We are. Oh,
I forgot to put trigger warning on.
We are trying our best to obviously be respectful of the cases because we know that yes, these are interesting cases or we thoroughly researched it and whatnot. However, these are not just stories; these are real people. So we try to be respectful with it, and I hope that you guys will be the same. I know I have my redeems off for that because I feel like that would be a little rude to be talking about some like traumatizing story and then all of a sudden fucking metal pipe. So trying to be respectful, and I hope you guys stay the same as well. We'll try to also put in trigger warnings as well as try to alleviate saying some of the things that would not only be TOS friendly but a little bit triggering for people. So yeah, hopefully that helps.
Oh wait, shit. There you go.
First up, we have Star with JonBenét Ramsey whenever she's ready. But we'll be going through a couple of other cases, and I hope that you guys can, stay tuned and learn with us.
Sit back, enjoy, be respectful.
Yeah.
Don't try to poke at them for the sake of getting a laugh or a reaction because that's going to end poorly on you, and that's going to reflect poorly on us. So please refrain.
Whenever you're ready. Star.
Whenever Star's ready. Whenever Star XR is ready.
Yes, I will begin once your screen, Yoshi.
Shit.
Oh,
this is going terrible already.
It's okay.
Can I just?
We were gonna expect scuff. It's okay.
Can I just? Oh, I can't do like straight from
You
Discord.
can.
I have to,
If you're on OBS, you should be able to open up a new window and utilizing that window capture as part of the Discord.
Oh. Window capture, you said, right?
That is correct.
Like display capture?
Ooh, no, I mean you can do display, but it'll show your whole screen, and it would probably be preferred to do window capture, so you can capture the window that's Discord. Yeah.
Image, display, media source, window capture.
There
See,
you go.
look, I found it.
Good job. I believe in you.
Thank you.
That's on my iPad. Hold up.
Do I do this one? Oh, there we go. I did it.
Yay!
Okay.
All right. Now, whenever you're ready, Star.
All right. So this is my first unsolved murder case. Is JonBenét Ramsey. Trigger warning because it has a lot to do with negative things with a child. So if that would bother you, I would recommend you not stick around. So where's my picture? So the life of JonBenét Ramsey. She was born in August 6, 1990 in Atlanta, Georgia. She is the daughter of John Patsy, which is the father right here. Patsy Ramsey, which is the mother, and younger sister to Burke Ramsey. She grew up in Boulder, Colorado. She was described as a bright, outgoing, and friendly child. She attended kindergarten at High Peaks Elementary in Colorado, and she was into pageants, and she's won many titles like Little Miss Colorado and America's Royal Miss. She was influenced by her mother, who was also a former beauty queen. Her hobbies were dancing, singing, and dressing up, but she will always be remembered as a joyful child whose life ended too soon. The days that led up to the incident. So this happened in December, before Christmas. JonBenét spent 1996 enjoying the holiday season with her family in Boulder, Colorado. December 23rd, her family attended a Christmas party, and JonBenét was seen playing and singing with all the other children. Christmas Day, as this picture right here, that's her brother Burke, is where they opened gifts and did like Christmas things. She had also visited a friend's house for a Christmas dinner, which was where she was last seen being described as happy and energetic throughout the day. But the night of December 25th, when they returned home, the parents had said she was asleep when they carried her to bed, and this was the last time that she would be seen alive by her family. So this is the morning of the incident. In the early morning, Patsy Ramsey reported that JonBenét was missing around 5:30 a.m. after finding a ransom note in their home along their staircase, claiming that JonBenét had been kidnapped and that the letter demands $118,000, which is a very specific number that is important in this case because that is the exact bonus that her father had received in their company. In the company that he worked for. Something about the 911 call seemed off, where in the early morning she calls and seems to be freaking out, but towards the end when she begins to hang up the phone, she doesn't automatically hang it up like it is alleged to believe. Some say that you can hear her say, "What did you do?" and then hear a child saying, "I don't know what I did wrong," in the end of the call, but that's speculation. The police then arrived later on that day. Officers responded very quickly and began to search the house and questioning the family, but there were no signs of forced entry. So even though the police did show up and question the parents, they did not do a thorough search, and they also had outside friends and family coming in to the house. They didn't believe anything negative had happened yet. They just believed that she was kidnapped. So the police didn't do a very thorough search as they should have. But later that day, around 1 p.m., John Ramsey discovered that JonBenét's body was in the basement, wrapped in a blanket, with tape over her mouth, and a cord around her wrist and neck. And then she was then pronounced unalive at the scene, and it became a homicide investigation. So when the father had found JonBenét in the basement, he didn't immediately call the police. He disturbed the crime scene and moved her body from downstairs to upstairs, which is a controversial situation to have happened because it's kind of like messing with the evidence at the scene that the police need to be untouched to make sure that they can have everything they need to find who did this. So here I have the 911 call that we can listen to, so you guys can kind of hear what I heard. Let me see. Can y'all hear that?
911 emergency. Police. What's going on? 5515th Street. What's going on there, ma'am? We have a kidnapping. Hurry, please.
Explain to me what's going on, okay?
Can you guys hear what's going on?
There's a note left and our daughter's gone.
A note
Yeah,
was
we can
left in
hear.
your
We can hear.
diary?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't hear, so
She's gone. 6 years old. on the note. Oh my God,
Does it say who took her?
what?
Does it say who took her?
I don't know. There's a ransom note here.
It's a ransom note?
It says FBTC. Victory. Please.
Okay, what's your name? Are you
Kathy Ramsey, I'm the mother. Oh my God. Please.
I'm sending an officer over, okay?
Please.
Do you know how long she's been
No,
gone?
I don't. Please, we just got out. Is she right here? Oh my God, please.
Okay, well,
There's somebody.
I am, honey.
Please.
Take a deep breath for me,
Please,
okay?
hurry.
Patsy, 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 Patsy. Patsy.
Now, this is speculated because I did research on this audio clip here. And I believe that this is something that the person who posted this believes that they said, because online the police never confirmed that this is something that they specifically enhance. But it is an online like theory because you can clearly hear her saying something at the end, but it's kind of a situation where it's not hard proof evidence because like the Yanny Laurel thing that was famous like around 2015 where people were like hearing two different things, and to be honest, like you could be influenced to hear something based off of what somebody else says, so it's not like a hard piece of evidence. But the 911 call is also something important because the night previous, when they were having the party at their house, there was a 911 call made as well, around 10 p.m. where no one was answering on the other line, but it was suspicious to say the least because, you know, back in the 90s, they don't have like iPhones like us to where you can accidentally double click your power button and it'll send out an emergency call to a police officer. You have to physically type it in. So officers were dispatched to the house, but they were told that nobody dialed 911 and that it must have just been an accident or the children. But there's also a theory that somebody at the party saw something and thought it was worthy of calling the police, but then decided not to follow through with it. Again, just speculation. I don't know where that picture is. Oh, there it is. Okay. So this is the evidence. There's a lot of things that do not add up with this evidence. She had 2 markings on her neck that were at first believed to be a part of the train toy that she had downstairs. Because the markings kind of resembled the little fake nails that they had on the railing. But when they measured it, it was short by 0.5 centimeter. And the private investigator that the Ramseys hired believed that this was a stun gun because of the distance between the 2 burn marks. Here is the body fibers of JonBenét for like any fibers of clothing or anything that was found on her body. Here you can see where it says red polyester. Red polyester. She was wearing a blue and black cotton pajama set. So for her to have red fiber on her skin was odd. But the night previous, her mother was wearing a red sweater and black pants because it was a Christmas party. Here is a piece of the mother's paintbrush that was broken, and they tied like a shoestring around it, and this is what was used to strangle JonBenét. And here's the ransom letter. Here, and I got a bigger picture to see here. But you can, what I wanted to point out was like the A's, how they're two different. Wait, where's the other A? Right here. How it's kind of cursive shape. And then on the other pages, they're like normal A's, like how you would normally write them. It was like inconsistencies with how the letter is spelled and things like that. So this is the phone that they had. Well, it's not the exact phone, but it's the same model. It's a normal 90s house phone that was used to call, that she used in the morning to call 911. And I kind of just put this image here to further show how hard it would be to accidentally call 911. But the police had many concerns and things that did not add up, as into why was Patsy Ramsey's side of the bed not slept in, because when the police finally came to the house and then did a full search of the house, you could tell that where the father slept, you could tell like the imprint of the pillow and like the bedding and everything, that someone was laying there. But on her side of the bed, it was completely like perfect. So it didn't add up that she woke up at 5:30 in the morning. She was also wearing the same clothes as the previous day, which if you're, partying, you're gonna, be maybe a little unclean, eating food, dinner at somebody else's house. You wouldn't want to put the same clothes on the next day, so they found that odd. And they also found it odd that she had her hair and makeup done in such a dire circumstance. Here is from a book where somebody like animated like pieces of evidence, where it says Patsy greeted the officer French at 6 a.m. in the same outfit that she wore the night before. At first, this was considered speculation because at first Patsy denied that she was wearing this outfit, but then once the Whites, which is the family that they went to the party with, once the Whites developed their photos, it confirmed that she was wearing that outfit. So then they continue to say that this means one of three scenarios. Either she slept in the clothes that she went to the party in, she never went to bed, or she took off the red sweater and pants, laid them down, and then decided to put them on again when she got up at 5:30 a.m. without an alarm. Other things that did not add up was that they also found red fibers of the mother's sweater on the paintbrush that was used to wrap around JonBenét's neck. She also had soiled her pants during the incident. They also found pineapple in her digestive system. And then the source of those pineapples were from the fridge, placed in a container that the mother denied that she ever gave to her child. But when police took fingerprints, the only fingerprints on that container was of the mother's. It was theorized that Patsy Ramsey might have just had an anger spell and decided to take it out on her child because she wet the bed. But there was no evidence of the bed being soiled in any way. It was not stained or anything. So it was kind of a circumstantial, like, piece of thing. So this is one of the suspects that they believed were involved in the case. His name is Michael Helgoth. He had owned a pair of high-tech boots, which is a footprint discovered in the basement that the parents nor the brother owned any high-tech boots. That appeared to match a print left at the crime scene. He also owned a stun gun, which investigators thought may have been used on JonBenét. The private investigator, Ollie Gray, which is the one the parents had hired, looked into this case and believed that Helgoth may have been a suspect and described him as a hellraiser. Gray also alleged that Helgoth's family owned a taped confession of his guilt. I could not find that online at all. I tried, but I couldn't find anywhere, no video of the tape or anything. So that's just can't be confirmed. Helgoth left the world by unaliving in 1997, leading authorities to investigate elsewhere, and his DNA also did not match what was collected at the scene. So the DNA evidence that they had was on JonBenét's undergarments and her top. And so this is a big piece of the case that, like, they feel is worthy of not having someone be guilty or being continued as a suspect. But there's a iffy topic where a freelancer a freelance private investigator said that the DNA evidence may not even belong to the culprit because they did their own research and bought brand new packs of undergarments and tops from other stores and tested sealed packages of undergarments, and there were still, like, DNA of people on there as well, and that it may just be that the mother didn't even wash those undergarments. But again, that's via a private investigator, not the actual police. So next we have Bill McReynolds, which is the Santa Claus right here. John Ramsey, which is the father, named retired journalism professor Bill McReynolds, who he entertained locals at Santa Claus during Christmas and in the Ramsey's home for several Christmas parties. He had a vial that JonBenét gave him that he treasured to a very creepy extent, of a vial of glitter that was given to him as a gift by her. And I have read online where allegedly he made a statement that he wanted his ashes to be mixed with the vial of glitter that she gave him. And he was dressed as Santa Claus in the Ramsey's home just the day before the scene. McReynolds' own daughter had been abducted 22 years before JonBenét's tragic end. After being implicated in the case, McReynolds moved out of Colorado He later passed away of a heart attack in September 2002 and was never charged with anything. We have Gary Oliva. He was a known offender who lived in Boulder at the time. He called the district attorney Alex Hunter. Oh, sorry. The district attorney called Oliva a unaliver. He was brought and saying that he was brought to their attention early on due to the fact that he was an offender on a registry. Oliva had SA'd a neighbor's 7-year-old daughter in Oregon of 1991, but then fled, eventually ending up as a transient in Boulder. According to Colorado Springs Police Department investigations, Commander Kurt Pillard, Oliva's name came up early in the investigation after one of Oliva's own friends said that he was distraught and contacted him claiming that he had harmed a little girl. Detective Louis Smith previously told 48 Hours Investigates that Oliva attended a candlelit vigil for JonBenét on the 1-year anniversary of her situation, noting that many times criminals will return to the scene that was on the anniversary, and that puts them right there at the Ramsey's house a year later. So that quote is kind of like, doesn't make sense, but I think what he meant is that criminals like to relive the scene by going back on the anniversary of whatever they did. Smith also pointed out parallels between JonBenét's strangulation with a Garrett and Olivia's attempt to, I keep saying Olivia, but know that I mean Oliva, to strangle his own mother with a telephone cord, as well as Oliva's proximity to the Ramsey home. He frequented other buildings in the area about 10 houses away from the Ramsey's mansion, where a local church fed homeless people. When people searched Oliva's tent, he had photos of JonBenét and his possessions. Oliva initially denied doing anything to JonBenét, but according to the Pillard, later he agreed to take credit for the incident if it meant that he could have 3 square meals a day and a roof over his head. Oliva admitted to being fascinated with JonBenét in footage of Cold Case Who Killed JonBenét Ramsey, saying when you see the footage of her in her little cowboy suit, quote, "I want to be a cowboy sweetheart and all that. I've never seen anything like it." Well, I saw that clip, and the way he says it is very creepy, and he has like a little smirk. But despite his offer to confess to the situation and his fixation on JonBenét, Oliva's DNA did not match the DNA found at the crime scene, so authorities ruled him out as a suspect. This is a recent picture in 2016. He has been arrested for exploiting a minor, and they found inappropriate videos and images of children on his Gmail. So yeah. This is another suspect, Randy Simmons, who would attend the recitals that JonBenét would be a part of, and not just JonBenét, but other children's recitals. He did not have a child, so weird, but okay. He spoke to other mothers whose daughters were in JonBenét's pageants, recalling that some of the mothers suspected that they were observers at the pageant. So he would claim to be an observer at these pageants when he did not have children competing. The mothers also singled out Simmons, who sold images of the unalive pageant contestant to photo agencies after her tragic end. According to Singulars, one of the mothers said that Simmons had borderline inappropriate photos of young girls on the walls of his studio, but specified that the images weren't corn. According to Joyce, several of the mothers said that after the incident, Simmons called them, insisting he hadn't done anything to JonBenét, even though no one had even considered him as a suspect at the time. Guilty conscience, I don't know. In 1998, Simmons was arrested and placed on a psychiatric hold, according to the Boulder Daily Camera. In the Netflix docuseries, it has revealed that Simmons was seen walking naked in public at the time. He again insisting he had nothing to do with JonBenét's situation. In 2019, Simmons was arrested in Oregon for downloading inappropriate videos of minors in a restaurant through public Wi-Fi. He was sentenced 10 years in prison, but despite the pageant mother's suspicion of Simmons, his DNA was not found at the crime scene, and he was never charged with a connection of JonBenét's departure. John Mark Carr is a former substitute teacher named John Mark Carr. He made a confession to the crime, claiming he had drugged, essayed, and accidentally harmed JonBenét while he was in Thailand. He made these after he fled the country. He made these allegations. However, the confession lacked details that were key to the case and was later deemed unreliable. And he was then no longer considered a suspect because his DNA again did not match evidence at the scene. He was then extradited from Thailand for having evidence of inappropriate child materials on his computer. So this is like my little piece to piece together. This is going to be my little setup and theory of, with some new information, for me at least, that I have found. So this is her bed right here. And from this image, you can't really tell anything. But to me, you can't really... Oh. My bad.
Oh, it's okay.
Oh, we'll go back.
But goddamn, I didn't know half of these motherfuckers.
Yeah. To me, it does not look... This looks like a shadow. And even if this is where she soiled it doesn't make sense why it'd be at the head of her bed.
Yeah.
But this is where they say that she soiled it, supposedly. But it just looks like a shadow, to be honest. This is the train track. And there's like two little pieces that stick out here that are bigger by 0.5 centimeter than the markings on her neck.
Mm-hmm.
This was on the floor, but it's not on the floor here. And so the police believe that nobody broke into the house because of there not being feet print in the snow.
Mm-hmm.
But this is an image of the backyard the day of, and there's no snow back here. There's actually other pictures and videos of like news reporters and everything where you can see that the front yard actually has patches of snow missing. So for them to only look into the front yard
Crazy.
and say, oh, because there's no footprints, even though there's like humongous patches where there's no snow, is crazy because like it just lacks common sense.
Also, if that was
my opinion.
like, if that was actually her soiling quote unquote the bed, why didn't they get another photo of it? Also, if that was the fucking the train that did, like, why didn't they do, what the hell? These are it? These are all of it? Those are the photos? That sucks.
Well, this photo is after they released like this stuff because they deemed it not a part of the murder.
Yeah.
This is in the family's house where they have it set up again
Mhm.
for like their own private investigation.
Mhm.
So
Uh.
there is. Let me find my notes.
No, you're good.
So there is a claim that.
Hmm.
So this is the basement, right?
Yeah.
This right here
Not
is
this
over
bitch yawning.
here on this side of this
Alright.
image, but you can't see it because the way I
You covered it up, and that's okay.
covered it.
Yeah, yeah.
But this is a pipe. It's a city pipe that has an opening because they had put a new water heater in or something like that.
Yeah, it was a new installation,
And
so there was like that
yeah,
little bit of that's how they heard quote unquote somebody scream.
yes. So people had a lot of complaints as into why the parents didn't hear her child screaming.
Mm-hmm.
Mind you, they have 3 stories
Yeah.
plus a basement.
Yeah.
And it's all been newly renovated, new
Mhm.
insulation. Insulation counts as keyword insulation.
Mhm.
So it's soundproofing.
Yeah.
And also they're 3 stories above. Sometimes I don't even hear my mom screaming my name from down the hallway.
Mhm.
Like, you know, so I
Hispanic
could
parents
get
are fucking newsies. Your door is always open.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I wouldn't understand how you wouldn't hear. But I guess if that's how it was, because when they did find her, you're right, the door was closed. Like, if that's where she
Mhm.
was to scream.
Supposedly.
Like, so yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So, yeah. If that's where you hear her scream, then what the fuck? Like, what the? All right, anyways, go on. I'm so sorry.
You're fine. But so there was the private investigator sadly died
Yeah.
in 2010, but he had somebody that was working with him who was younger, so he adopted the case from his deceased partner. But as you can see, here is the city pipe that was not connected to anything and didn't have a seal. And this leads directly across the street from the neighbor's house that said that they heard her screaming
Yeah.
the night of. But when they went outside and looked across the street, they said they saw the lights on in the house. So they believed that, oh, the mother, like, you know, took care of it because she no longer heard the screaming. She
Mhm.
believed the mother took care of it to, you know, it's nothing for her to worry about. So she went back to bed.
Yeah.
But the sound, when sound is condensed in a little area, it's going to bounce. The sound waves are going to bounce back and forth. And it's a metal pipe. So it's going to it's going to vibrate and make the noise louder than it actually was. That's a key point that the investigator said when he was describing like why the neighbor heard it and the parents did not. Mind you, they lived on the 3rd floor and they had the 3rd floor sectioned off. And the children lived on the 2nd floor, and then the 1st floor is like the dining room, everything. And then there's the basement. So that's like technically 4 stories above. I'm not gonna hear somebody 4 stories above screaming, even in a regular house that was not, you know.
Even
At least I wouldn't.
I don't know. I was like, even when it's like dead of night, like.
Maybe I don't
Right.
know.
And then people from across the street heard her.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I get it. Like, yes, that pipe does lead out to the street, so I could
And
see
that,
why it could work.
you
But like,
know-
it's like, come on, man, you can't fucking hear nothing in that house. You're gonna hear nothing,
What
Right.
Yeah, it has to be some high tech
And then-
insulation
right?
for them not
and
to hear
that's an
anything.
old school fucking house. They ain't got none of
Yeah,
that good
it
shit.
is.
They ain't got
Right.
none of that good
And then
shit.
they have this. So another neighbor made a noise complaint actually, saying that they heard something that sounded like construction. Right here, I wrote construction noises of metal hitting concrete. In the back of their house, over here on this side, you can't see it on this picture, but over here on this side, this is what it looks like. It's a little divot to where it leads to the windows, but it's covered by a metal sheet. So the window here was broken. The police disregarded it because the father said that, oh, he broke it months prior.
Yeah, like it was.
And yeah, and there were cobwebs on the corners of here still, so it didn't look like supposedly
It was new.
anybody was there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't add the image. I had another image where you could see here, but I guess we'll look at it like this. I had the actual
Image of the
crime scene
case
photo,
in
but
in the window.
yeah. So what it is there's like leaves here.
Mhm.
On the evidence, like the photo of the evidence, there's leaves all in.
Why? What? It's okay.
Sorry.
Now you're good. Like nothing was tampered with, was pretty much what you're trying to get at.
No, so what it is that there's evidence that there were debris of leaves
Mhm.
from out here
Mhm.
inside.
Mm.
There's
Oh,
a
okay.
smudge on the wall of rubber.
Mhm.
That's rubber, which they conclude to being whatever the high-tech boot was
Mhm.
that they used to.
The combat boot.
Yeah, that combat boot.
Yeah.
They used
Oh, is that what
this
that
to
means?
step onto, and then when they got back out, they smudged their foot against the wall, leaving a smudge.
Yeah.
But the police deemed that this was not evidence of a break-in,
Yeah.
even though there was debris of leaves on here, and there was broken glass still on the suitcase and around here. Which, if your child's gonna go into the basement and play around, you wouldn't want glass all over the
Right?
floor.
Like,
You know what I
wouldn't you
mean?
want to fix that immediately after, like, oh, I had a break
Right,
in,
and
so whatever.
yeah, supposedly, the father said it's been months and he just never repaired it.
Or what? Yeah, exactly. All right, fucker.
I don't believe that.
Mm-mm.
And then for the night of, another neighbor to call the police
Uh-huh.
and report that they're hearing construction noises makes me believe that somebody was breaking in, because this is a humongous, mind you, this is like 6 feet long, 4 feet wide, a humongous sheet of metal that you're not gonna be able to put down softly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care how strong you are.
Mm-mm. Mm.
And I have issue of the parents not hearing it
I was
because
about to say that
Yeah, I was gonna
too.
say, how you
I
how you
can give
not
them
hear
the
that?
benefit of the doubt,
Mm.
not hearing it on the 4th floor.
Mm-hmm.
But when it's outside, and so this is their room.
Mm-hmm.
This is right below this.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
How
that
would
just
you
doesn't
not
make
fucking,
sense to
yeah,
me.
how would you not fucking be awake
How
for
would you
that?
not hear it?
Yeah, not only
And
that,
then,
but
like-
okay.
And if the mother was never actually in the bed,
Mhm.
as
She
the
stated.
police believe,
Yeah.
well, she stated she was asleep
Hmm.
and that she woke up at 5:30 for her morning routine.
Yeah.
But if your morning routine is to do your hair, do your makeup, and put on the same clothes as the night before, that's a little weird to me, but okay. So my theory with all of this evidence is JonBenét did not want to do pageants anymore because there's statements where she has been interviewed by the beauty pageant people themselves and like,
Yeah.
oh, like I do this because my mom wants me to, and
Yeah.
like just like things that I guess adults could take as, oh, sweet, she wants to be like her mother.
Mhm.
But I believe that it was more of her saying, I don't want to do this, but my mom's making me because her mom wants to relive her beauty pageant days through her
Through me,
child.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think that the mother was up at night doing something with pineapple, because we got to bring back in that pineapple. And the mother was probably getting a little midnight snacky snack before she was going to bed
Mhm.
and eating pineapple, you know, whatever. JonBenét comes down, might be sad because she maybe just doesn't want to do anything no more, or something to where I feel like Patsy needed control over her
Mm.
and didn't agree with whatever the incident was.
Mhm.
I'm just speculating it had to do something with pageants.
Mm.
I don't know. And got mad.
Mhm.
And then it ended up being a fight.
Mhm.
And I believe the little brother did wake up. And I believe the father woke up. And I believe that the situation happened where they found that the mother
Acted out.
unalived JonBenét
Yeah.
or severely injured JonBenét to where instead of calling the police and taking accountability that you did something to your child, decided to just frame a ransom note because the ransom note was used with the paper and pen from the house.
And also from Patsy's side.
Yeah, from her notebooks.
Yeah, like there was like apparently, I don't know why, but there was apparently the father's side of the desk and then the mother's side of the desk.
The
and
mother's side.
And they both had like little notepads, but they used Patsy's notepad. And if they when they were actually going through it, there was like one that was like not totally finished. Like if you like do that little smudging thing, like somebody was trying to write one prior and then fucking gave up on it, and then they wrote that 3-page. 3 pages. How you got time for that? First off, anyways, go on.
Right.
Yeah, it just seems like staged.
Yeah.
And the reason why I brought in that 911 call is because I can hear what sounds like a little boy. Because if it's the father, he's going to sound like how he sounds, which is a deeper voice. But it sounds like a little kid. And if in that moment, we know now it was confirmed that around 2 a.m. is when JonBenét was no longer here with us, that it just doesn't make sense. You know, that it would be, I don't know. It a lot of stuff doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And I think the mother did it.
You think the mom
And
did
I
it?
believe that the husband, either he was an accomplice or he didn't know and he actually was just asleep. And but the little brother knows. I know for a fact that the little brother knows.
Yeah, because they are
something.
Because like if you're correct and you do see that, or if you do think that you, sorry, hold on. You think that you hear them on the phone call. Originally, that timestamp when they did do the call was like, what was it, like 6 in the morning, and they said that he was asleep the whole time. Why was he in the call then? You said that he was asleep the whole time, but you can hear him in the call,
right?
And then not only that, but like not only that, but like don't get me wrong, I get it. The family, you want to like, hey, this is a stressful moment. Let's bring all the family and whatnot. But tell me why? Why did the father fucking leave? Why did he flee the scene for a second to go check the plane? Why did he leave? He left the house.
Wait,
I don't know.
what?
Yes. Yeah, I don't know.
I never knew that.
Yeah, I was like, you didn't say it, but like while everybody was coming in, not only did he leave to check the mail, and then the person that first showed up, that lady, the detective, she said that like I felt uncomfortable and I was making note of everybody that was coming in, going out, because I just felt uncomfortable with the whole situation. And she proceeds to say that in the beginning he went out to check the mail and he just stood out there, the father, for a good second, and then he came back, and then he left for an hour to go check the plane.
Huh?
Yeah, he went to go check the plane and then came back. What the why? Why? If you were waiting for a call, so that was why they were all waiting around, was for a call. First off, don't bring the fucking family in there when it's a supposed crime scene and you're waiting for a fucking call. Weirdos. Right. And then you're going to leave? Because, like, what was it? The call was supposed to happen at, like, 10 a.m. or something. Like, somewhere in the morning. He left that hour. Why? Either way. So no,
I did not know that.
I'm on your side of it was the family. I don't know who, how, what, when, how, like I don't know, but like it had to have been somebody inside. 100%.
No, definitely. And the fact that the mother wants to deny, I think what's so dumb but so important is that the mother wants to deny that she ever fed her children pineapple.
Right?
Even though only her fingerprints are on that container in the fridge.
Yeah.
So it's like, why deny something so minute when that's your kitchen? Also, if your child wanted pineapple, you're not going to deny that you ever gave it to them.
Right.
That's
also,
not something illegal to give to your child. Can we
talk about how it's pineapple and milk?
Milk?
Yeah, no, it was a bowl of milk and pineapple.
Why a bowl of milk?
That was the son's favorite meal. Snack, whatever.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
Yeah. I love this case. I really do. It is a tragedy. tragedy all around. However, there's so many things involved within those 2 days that is just bizarre. Like, there's no way that it could have been an outside person. Because, yeah, cool, there's red
Right.
fabric found on the baby. But, however, they're like, oh, you know, Santa had red fabric. No, the fucking mother's
No, but it
fabric.
matched with her
matches
mother's sweater.
Exactly. But they're still
Yeah.
trying to pan it off to Santa. Or you did mention, I think it was Oliva. I think that was who it was. But there was
Oliva?
yeah,
Yeah.
there was a case like a day before Ramsey's incident where a girl that was also in JonBenét's class or dance class that got like their house broken into.
Mm.
Yeah. And I think it was
Is that the
I think it was this motherfucker or somebody else on your little list. Somebody
or the substitute teacher? He was a substitute teacher in
No, this
Boulder.
one, yeah, this one. I don't think it was this motherfucker. I don't think it was
Okay.
him. But like, it was somebody that like there was somebody else that broke into somebody else's house, and
I think it was this dude
something maybe.
because that's how they found out he had a stun gun because they caught him breaking into
Mm.
somebody's house.
Yeah,
something like that.
But see, that's the other thing is that like, don't get me wrong, it sucks. But why would you use the train? Like, I don't think it was the train tracks. Like, why? What would that do?
No.
You know what I mean? Like,
What
would,
purpose is a plastic train track gonna
Yeah,
do?
that's what. Like, I don't know. Everyone wants to blame the son immediately because of the bowl of pineapple. That's his favorite snack. And oh, he wanted to play with the trains and he got mad and whatever. Like, what would the train tracks do to her? You know what I mean? Like, that wouldn't do,
Nothing.
and that wouldn't get to the point that we got here. You know what I mean?
Right.
That wouldn't have done any of that. You know what I mean? So I do believe it
It
was
seems
a son's gun.
premeditated.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it was planned or something.
What
don't
I
know.
think, or from what I've gathered, is
Yeah.
that like there's a lot of like leads
Mm-hmm.
that intentionally lead to nowhere or
Yeah.
intentionally like ambiguous, and I think it's intentionally left like that. You know what I mean?
That's
like
what
there's
I'm
a lot
saying.
of dead ends that
Yeah.
lead nowhere intentionally. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I think
like,
that's why
To confuse people and like to confuse everybody because like there's so many little tidbits that oh it could have been this, oh it could have been that, or it could have
Yeah.
been this guy, or it could have been like it's like so like convoluted
Yeah.
and like what I feel it's intentional.
100%. It's a mess, and it's an eclectic mess. And even if it was planned or wasn't planned, it's fucking crazy. There's so much shit
It
going on.
is.
So much shit.
Right.
Is there anything else?
Yeah,
that
and
you
I
wanna-
believe
Okay, yeah. Go.
oh sorry.
No, go.
I just the DNA, like I want to the reason why I brought
Oh.
up that is because I 100 believe so I'm going to bring up white people real quick.
Mm,
I 100% believe that white person's going to buy a piece of clothing and not wash it because I've witnessed before
Oh my god, no.
it happen.
No, wait.
So, and I 100% believe that like maybe that DNA has nothing to do with what they think it has to do
Mhm.
because, you know, I don't know.
Well, I thought
Maybe.
like yeah, because I thought
Excuse
why it was seeming as if it was somebody else because the DNA in her underwear was not matching to anybody in the family.
Yeah, but it's not the DNA you would think because it's the underwear.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a DNA trace. It's not anything to do with any sexual thing. And I totally believe that if you're gonna buy a piece of clothing that's sealed from like China or well, that's like the biggest place that we get most of our clothing items from. Like, it's not gonna be as regulated as it is gonna be here.
Yeah.
And I 100% believe maybe some dude sweated or something and it like got onto it and then it's in a sealed package. So the
Yeah.
mother's going to think, oh, you know, blah, 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 whatever. It's clean. It's sealed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. So it's kind of just like maybe if they take the DNA evidence apart just for 1 second, because if it's not matching anybody, I feel like that's just something that's like that's stonewalling them is that one piece. But I feel like that's also why the police had such a gut feeling about the family, but it was bothering him so much. And I feel like the media tries to portray, well, the way that the Ramseys family now are trying to portray the Boulder Police Department is wrong
Yeah.
because okay, even though they did handle the crime scene wrong, I
Mhm.
will 100% agree with that.
Mhm.
It's kind of off-putting that you're gonna blame the Boulder Police Department for handling it wrong, but you invited your whole family to the house
Yeah. Yeah. That's
and
what I'm
friends to the
saying.
house.
Like just gonna bring everybody. You're gonna bring everybody and their
Right.
mamas, like to a literal. Well, I guess that's probably. I feel like that's probably why they changed everything. Like maybe it was okay because originally it wasn't seen as a crime scene. It was seen as like, hey, this is all we got is right now is a ransom note. We don't know where the location is. They don't know where the little baby is. They just assume that she's somewhere else and they're dealing with a kidnapper. And so I get it. However, it's still like now it's like, okay, this is details. We got details. Close it down. Now they do it, but before no. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
But even when it was closed down, they didn't regulate it the way you're supposed to. They still allowed the people to be in the house.
yeah, no, it was a mess.
Excuse me.
It was very odd the way they handled it. But also, I do feel bad because if I'm correct, I might be wrong. That it was just one detective on the scene.
It was two. Yeah, one
Okay.
outside and one inside.
Yeah, because I was like, I feel like yes, we're saying like a bunch of people, but it was like probably like 3 or 5, that like was just like, they're not a hassle. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I get where they're coming from, but it is a mess, 100%. They messed
Oh, and
up.
I
What you got?
I forgot to add that the older siblings were also in the house that night. The half siblings.
Yeah, yeah. Wait, no,
Which
they
I
weren't.
find weird.
No, they weren't.
They weren't.
No, because that's the whole point. That's why they came back home was so way they can get up early the next day to go on the plane ride to go meet the half siblings, because they were somewhere else. They weren't in Colorado. They were like in
Oh.
Georgia or whatever the fuck. Yeah,
I
they-
must have. Yeah, when I was reading it, I had saw that they had rooms there and everything, and I was like, wait, so they were there the night of?
They
Why
did
is that
have-
like not portrayed?
Yeah, no, they have rooms there because yeah, it's shit, what's his name? The father's kids, and Patsy loved him, and they bought this big house so way they could come over when they want because they're adults and they also have kids. So that's why they were gonna just go over there to meet all those people. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So yes, that you're right. That's why they had this big house, because not only could they afford it, but because they have a big family. But they weren't gonna come over to Colorado or whatever the hell, Boulder, when pretty much all the family is out there in Georgia. That's why they buried
Right.
JonBenét over there in Georgia. Or yeah.
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 Well, I think that's everything I have to say about this case.
I loved it. Great presentation. I appreciate it. Good job.
Thank you.
I think you covered it very well. You did all the thingies. I'm proud of you.
Okay, let me
All right,
You must screen share.
All right, I'll share mine then, and we'll get this.
Doesn't
crazy
Star have
mess
another
going.
one?
Oh, do you want to do both back to back, or do you want to break?
Oh no, I want to break.
Oh,
That's why I was
Oh,
like,
okay. Yeah, go,
are
go.
you kidding me? Like that sounds like a mess to go back to back. All right. And the same thing with me. Yes, I have 2, but I was hoping that like I would do mine, and then Yoshi, you go, and then Mochi goes, and
Okay.
then Star goes again, and then I go. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. All right. So I don't know. Can you guys see mine?
1 second. Let me check it.
All right.
Let me check it.
Yes, I can see yours.
Yay. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I can see it.
Wait, no, I see a green screen.
Oh.
A green screen.
Yeah.
Yoshi, what do you see?
I see the cases and everything like that.
Okay. What do you see?
Jesus. A green screen.
Hold
up,
All
let
right,
me-
I'm coming.
I'll join back.
Oh yeah. Oh, I didn't even put my name on mine. That's crazy.
I haven't.
Oh,
gonna get
I
no
mean, I
credit.
just did it just because it just felt right. I don't know. Probably not, but whatever. Oop. My bad.
It's not working, but you can go ahead and present. I'll watch via the stream.
Oh, okay. Well, let me know if you guys can't hear anything because I do have a couple of videos. Also, you guys absolutely can chime in. I'm so sorry, Star, if we were quiet and it felt uncomfortable at times. We just didn't know if we could pitch in or not.
Oh, you so coulda.
Yeah,
I was
but-
doing little giggles of nervousness.
No,
because
I
was
know.
like,
I
wait, can-
felt that, and I was just like, I don't know if I could say anything. Like, I don't know, because like I was just like, I didn't want to throw off your groove and like point something out, and I was just like, wait a minute, she'll probably cover it in the next slide. But like right now, what I have is a eclectic mess of stuff. I'm gonna go to say the background. I'm gonna say the events, and then I'm gonna say the mess ups, and then throughout the whole thing, absolutely chime in whenever you guys feel necessary, because again, I just have photos to remind myself, and I'm just telling a story. So, or I'm telling the what happened. So
Okay.
absolutely chime in whenever. All right, so
I am
trigger
still working on my
warnings.
slides.
Oh, you good over there, Mohi?
I got 3 down. What I wrote the first time, somehow I fucking deleted, so I had to write everything again. But I'm on my 3rd
Oh
slide.
no, I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it.
All right.
Focus on your shit. Go.
All right, okay, I believe in you. Yeah, it's okay. I don't mind the disruption. It's okay. It's okay. It's not bad. All right, so trigger warning, of course. I'm not gonna read them, but you can pretty much get the gist. These are things that will pop up. Just want to let you guys know. Be aware. And if you're not comfortable with some of these things, or squeamish about these things, then absolutely you can cut off on the stream. There is no hatred for that. All right, let's get into it. So my story, my case, my person, the one that I was studying is Tamla Horsford. She is a lovely, lovely person. She was born in the Caribbean in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. She lived there until 1989, when her family moved to then the U.S. to the Bronx. She ended up meeting her lovely husband, as you can see in the image, Leander. I think it was his name, Leander. Try my best here. Anyways, they met in Florida and they got married. Leander had a daughter from a previous marriage, but when they got together, they have 5 sons together. So they got 6 kids. They were having a good time, that's for sure. I love them. They seem great. She was constant. She's a stay-at-home mom. She absolutely loved her kids thoroughly. She always participated in their anything that they were there for, and everybody around them knew that. It was great. Anyways, Tamla's family said that she liked to laugh, she'd dance and have fun. Leander said that he was attracted to Tamla because of her warmth. And I think that's so cute. So for a little bit of background, this case takes place in Forsyth County, and at the time it's 2018. This is when this happens, and I wanted to get you guys in a little bit of a mindset, because I'm not gonna try to lie and say that unfortunately racism doesn't just go away overnight, right? So I'm not saying anything for or against it. Obviously, I'm just saying the statistics. According to the census in the 2008, 70.5% are white and 4.9% African American or Black. That's just the majority. I did some research on the county and found that they have a lot of racial discrimination. There was even like a case in 2021 where someone wasn't allowed to vote because he wore a Black Lives Matter shirt. So it wasn't just that year in 2018. It's an ongoing thing in this county. And there's also various police officers hurling slurs and being put on probation or various racial matters or harassment. Just a little insight to how this case may have been handled. I'm trying not to show bias. I'm just stating the facts I found about the year in the county the case was taken place. All right. So, anyways, like I said, Tamla Horsford was a very lovely, generous mother of 6. She heavily took part in her kids' lives. Her sons were into football and played at their school, which is where she met most of her friends. One of the football mothers, this lady here, Jean Meyer, wanted to celebrate her 45th birthday. The plan was to watch the oh my god, I don't remember what game it was. It was like the Alabama and Tigers or something. I don't know. The theme was to have like just an overall pajama party, swimming party with drinks and appetizers. It was gonna be a little birthday party mixed with like a football game. Also, Jean's boyfriend Jose over here wanted to hang out in the basement watching the football game with a couple of the wife's like husbands. Like pretty much everybody was friends with everybody, and they all wanted to hang out with each other. This house, however, as you could fucking see, was huge. This had 3 stories. They had like an entertainment room. They got a basement. They got a balcony. It was huge. It was, as you could see, it's a huge house. So while they're oh my god, Janae, I don't know how to say her fucking name. Jan. I'll say Jan. Fuck it, we'll go with that. So while Jose and the guys took the basement, while Jan and the girls took the upstairs. Also, it's good to note that the Jan's aunt lives in the basement, so she was just there at the party. It's just worth remembering. But anyways, again, it's to celebrate the football game and Jan's birthday party. So everyone started to arrive around 7 p.m. Tamla showed up, as you can see here. Tamla, this is the lovely lady. She showed up at 8:30 p.m. It is also worth noting that Tamla didn't know anyone who was at the party, unfortunately, other than Jan. They had, I think, like it was said somewhere that they had a. So this was taken in November. So last month in October, they met having like a pumpkin carving gathering the month before, and that's where the friendship started. It was still fresh at this point, so this is still new. This was pretty much them taking a new step. Hey, come over to my house, let's have a party. Either way, as you can see, this was most of the people, including the guys that are off this photo, so that makes 12 people in the party. It's a lot, but I will try to spotlight those who are important along the way, and I'll also do my best to with timelines. I read a lot of the interviews and I tried to look through the police writings and everything, but the times were fucking spotty as shit because they were drunk. They were drunk. And also, it is worth noting, these motherfuckers love to drink. They drank. Like there was some of the interviews that I was hearing, and they were like boasting and hooting and hollering that they were like while they were at the football games or whatever, they were spiking their drinks. So they know they drank. Anyways, Tamala came through and she brought a tequila bottle from, I think it was from Mexico. She recently went on a trip. She came back and she's like, hey, I'm a guest here. Here's your birthday like present. Like, let's drink. She offered it, and the host immediately, Jan was like, fuck no, I don't drink tequila. She full on showed disdain towards it. She says, I never drink tequila. So the people said that, like, yeah, she like gagged. They passed around the bottle. They sniffed it and was like, ooh, who fucking drinks this? And just overall dissing the drink. Putting to like just saying that, like, no, I don't drink that. That's all you, girly girl. So Tamla was the only one that drank the tequila according to their stuff, and she was mixing it with Mountain Dew. Crazy mix, but get it, I guess, girl. Which was fine. But it was also worth noting that once she arrived, she was the first one to put on her pajamas. And as you can see, they're cute. They're little white onesies with dog prints. But while she was the first, like, yes, she was an hour late, she's like, all right, fuck it, I guess I gotta start drinking because these motherfuckers are already drinking. So pretty much, you know, how it would be in a party, show up, get shots. So they're all drinking, they're already drinking shots, they're making her take shots. Also, it's worth noting in the interviews, Tamla would go out in the balcony to smoke, which was constantly accompanied with various partygoers. Like, she was never alone on the balcony. But for the most part, it was just a normal party where they were talking, watching the game, taking Snapchats, and dancing on each other, talking, hugging. It was just a normal party, normal birthday party. But around 10:30, a couple left. It was like they did not plan on staying that long. Make way, what? That's dumb. But they said they weren't gonna stay that long. They didn't make like babysitting plans. They didn't make like pet plans. They were just like, yeah, fuck it. We got after the game, we're dipping. We're just gonna fucking leave. Fuck you, bye. Like they did not plan on staying. So 10:30 they leave. Sometime before midnight is a little hazy about these things. Again, they were drunk. There wasn't actually proper timelines. But before midnight, they tried to start a fire in the backyard in the fire pit. It wasn't going well. Tamla tried to help and try to switch the propane tanks, but the host Jan just ran in yelling, "It smells like gas out there. I'm not going out there." All right, fucker. She's just trying to help. Anyways, whatever. Rude. There was another instance that was stated around that time frame where Tamla tried to go and smoke in the balcony. She kind of had a little bit of the weed. She got that good shit, and she was trying to pass it around to the other guests. And she also like even talked to the aunt that lived there. Like these aren't like 20-year-olds. These are 40-year-old women, by the way. And the aunt is like 50, which I love. I love that she even passed it to the aunt. The aunt joined in and was like, hell yeah, let's go. But Jan came out and yelled at her to like, hey, stop. Can you fucking stop? Like my boyfriend, her boyfriend at the time, as you remember, it's fucking this guy, Jose. Apparently he works at the sheriff, like holding cell pretty much. It's like he just works with sheriffs. So he can be drug tested. He can't be around that stuff. Just antagonizing her, yelling at her, and they said that Tamla was just over apologetic, like stopped smoking it, burnt it out. And it was just there just seemed to be a little bit of microaggressions every now and then. And I don't know. It's just worth noting. Again, just interesting. Anyways, around 12 a.m., everyone who was there, including the guys, obviously the other couple that left, so now we have 10 people in the house. We're playing Cards Against Humanity, and I'm pretty sure everybody knows what Cards Against Humanity is here. They said it was going for about an hour, 30 minutes, but it paused because Tamla took a FaceTime call with her husband. While she was talking to the call, while she was on the call and telling everyone good night, talking the other guest part, like whatever, she was just talking to on the side while they were still doing the card game. There's a couple of videos of the guest taking a video, kind of laughing, throwing light banter at her for not reading her card. And I don't know if they're joking. It's hard to tell, but I don't know. Sometimes it does sound like anger. I think I have the video. Yeah. Let me know if you guys can hear it.
Let me know.
She gonna read it.
Yeah, I can't hear
Read the
nothing.
black card, girl.
Ronnie, read it.
Because Dad is sleeping over one of.
Okay, tell her to read it.
All right. You can't hear it?
No, I can hear nothing.
All right. Let me see. But pretty much, I don't know if I will be able to fix it, but it says, she's like, are you going to read it, girl? Hang up that phone. They're just saying that. And she's over there in the corner just minding her own business. Like, it's just a card game. It ain't that serious. Yeah, I don't know how to change that. I'm so sorry. Oh, man, I need to fix that because I have a 911 call coming up, too. Fuck!
Maybe it's just that one.
All right, yeah. Hopefully. Anyway, so it just feels weird, you know. Anyways, the night was getting closer to an end. Like I said, this was the balcony. This is like the propane tank that she was gonna help fix or take and start the pit that they said don't stop, don't even try it. Anyways, the night was getting close to the end. Everyone was cleaning up, and like, hey, I want to go to bed. I'm whatever. But Tamla wanted to stay up. She was hype. I don't know if it was the Mountain Dew or whatever the fuck. But also, I don't blame her. Because, like, if she wanted to, you know, she's got 5 fucking sons. She wants girl time. You know what I mean? Like, I don't blame her. Like, so she just wanted to be social. She seemed very happy. She seemed excited. Like, I want to stay up. But everyone was like, nah. But so she was saying to these two, like, hey, you know what? If we're all gonna call it, then I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna drive home. And John and Jose were like, don't fucking drive home. Don't you just drink a bunch of shit. Granted, according to Jan's statement, she's like, I don't know. Like I didn't feel too comfortable saying like yeah, stay, because she was her usual self, happy, hugging, not slurring, not really fucking drunk off her ass like somebody who pretty much finished half the fucking bottle of tequila would be. So, but she just still was like, Jane, whatever, was pretty much saying like, nah, it's safer. It's just safer if you stay. So, all right, I'll stay, you know? So, Tamla stays. And so that whole thing, you know, ended while everybody was sleeping because it's a big fucking house. They can all sleep over, brushing their teeth or putting on their jammies, whatever the fuck. These two, Bridget and Tamla, stayed up in the kitchen eating gumbo. I don't know where the fuck that came from, but they have gumbo now. And so at some point, Bridget, it never says why, but Bridget just says, I want to leave. I'm going to call my husband. I'm going to get out of here. And Tamla, according to Bridget, Tamla's like, oh, you're so pretty. You know, like, oh, you're so you're so great, being super affectionate, kissing on her, drunk. Yeah, exactly. It's midnight, my guy. You know, it is time. And so that's according to Bridget, and again, it was just her and Tamla, so who knows. But around this time, yeah, Bridget states that she's being super affectionate, talking, hugging, kissing, whatever. And she says that she was so affectionate that when I went to it was time for me to leave, like she kissed me and she said, be safe, goodbye. But in the husband's statements, Tam wasn't there. It was just Bridget at the door. But Bridget says that Tamla was there. Anyways, whatever, fuck her. Anyways, worth noting, the next morning, right? At 4 a.m., one of the ladies slept over. That it was like, fuck it, I gotta go to fucking work. So 4 a.m., one of the ladies leave. And various people leave, like 8, 7, because kids, work, whatever. So some of them leave and whatever. But at 8:45, Madeline, this lovely aunt that lives in the basement, I don't know. It's just funny to me that she's just big chilling there. She says that she gets up and does her usual routine. She has in the basement a kitchen fucking area. What the hell? Bougie ass shit. Again, emphasizing that this house is fucking huge. Making in the basement her coffee because she has that. And she looks out her window, which should be, hold on, I don't know if you guys can see my mouse. Can you see my mouse? Ooh, he's barely.
Yeah, we can barely see it.
Yeah, so this would be like the basement or whatever. Like this would be her window looking out. When she was looking out to, like, I don't know, I want to see the weather. Right? Let me see what's going on outside. She said that she saw Tam on the grass facing down.
No.
Yeah, so she was confused at first and thought, she just immediately thought for some reason to go upstairs, knock on the door of the couple, Jane and Jose, which is upstairs, so she's down here. Oh my God, somebody's face down. Goes upstairs, whatever. Anyways, hey, like, something's happening. Since they were up hella late, nobody answers. So she said that she went back down to check. Like, not go outside and check, but just check through the window. And like, oh shit, she ain't moving. Goes back upstairs, fucking bangs the door, fucking like let me in. And they're like, hey, come in. The aunt says like, hey, like it's like Tamla's face down on the grass, and I don't know, but I have a quote. I have like some like notes here. I have a quote, right? She said to Jose, "Your friend from the islands is in the backyard laying on the grass."
Huh?
Your friend from the islands is in the backyard laying on the grass.
What is that supposed to mean?
They really
That's-
said the islander was laying on the floor in the backyard.
Yeah.
Not just your friend, but they had to
Is
emphasize
from the islands.
from the
They
islands.
really had to fucking
Yeah,
emphasize
right?
This man was a Caribbean fucking man.
Right?
Island boy thing
That's why I'm like,
on
bro.
the fucking grass.
But like it just in my head, I'm like, this doesn't feel like this. Nobody had a sense of urgency because one, like I said, she came from the basement, went upstairs, went back downstairs. Nah, she not moving. Your friend from the islands is stuck in the grass. What the fuck? Go outside and check.
Right.
Like, oh my god. Anyways, crazy. Are you fucking kidding me? Weird. All right. So worth
Piss
noting.
me the fuck off.
That's why I'm like, this is
That
stupid.
pisses me the fuck off.
As it
I
should.
don't know if they live in the ghetto or not, but I live in the ghetto, and this vast majority of the people in my fucking
Do you see
neighborhood
that
are all
house?
I was gonna say, look at the house. This ain't ghetto. This is
You
nice.
see the house? They're clearly not in the ghetto.
Okay, suburban area still.
I don't know,
The hou-
man.
They gotta be some fucking newsy ass bitches.
They have
You're telling me
two
nobody
kitchens.
They got
decided to call
fucking
the cops?
yeah.
You live in an area full of fucking Karens and nobody called the cops? The
No,
cops? Hello?
nobody is calling at
Why?
this time. Everyone's just looking around like, what? Like, I get
Oh
it.
my god, he's laying on the floor. I'm not gonna
Right?
even go check if he has a pulse.
Right?
Fucking stupid bitch. What
Thank
the
you.
fuck?
Thank
Excuse my language,
you.
but like, huh?
No,
Huh?
no, your anger
Pisses
is
me off,
correct.
what?
Your anger is fucking correct, Mochi, because I can't. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Anyways, so fucking that shit happens. Jose, like I said, he's done sheriff shit. Like, he's worked with the sheriffs, he's worked with the cops, so he's like, okay. He gets his shit ready, he starts heading down, and he tells Jean, hey, grab your phone. So again, go down fucking stairs, wasting fucking time. Whatever. This is it's the aunt woke up at 8:45. Now we are at 8:59. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Like, I get it. If she's running up the stairs, fine, I get it. But like 15 fucking minutes. You didn't want to fucking call some. Whatever. I hope that you guys can hear this. Let me know if you can't, because I'm gonna beat somebody if I can't. Oh shit. Okay, let me see.
4450 Woodlet Court. 4450 Woodlight.
You can't hear it?
Woodlet, okay.
No.
How do I change that? What do I do?
I don't know. You could just put a clip in YouTube or something
I guess.
if you feel comfortable doing that.
I don't, because I don't want to search right
That's
now.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You don't watch your like.
No,
gallery to pop up or
yeah,
something.
exactly. But so fine. I'll do a little brief description. Pretty
Yeah.
much during this call, she asked for an ambulance and police. And she's not really distraught. She doesn't have a sense of urgency. Like, nobody fucking does in this goddamn fucking house. Whatever. Anyways, I get it. I'm trying to be the benefit of the doubt that they're hungover and the aunt is high. So, so I'm like, okay, maybe. But nobody has a sense of urgency. So, whatever. And then for some reason in the call, like, she passes it over to Jose, the boyfriend. And he's like, hey, this is Jose. Doesn't say a full first or last name, but the call person, like the dispatcher, like, oh, hey, she knows him. Like, I don't know. I don't like that. I didn't like the way that that interaction happened, but that's how it felt to me. Jose seems calm. He also didn't seem to know the fucking name of Tamla. He's like, I don't know her name. I think it starts with a T, a she. I don't know who she is.
That's fucked.
How do you not know it?
That's why I'm like, it's like I said, they don't really know each other that well, so I get it, but it's like, come on, are you fucking kidding me? At least give a fucking try. And then even John doesn't say anything for, or Jan doesn't say anything for a second. She doesn't even fucking clarify, like she doesn't know her name. It wasn't until like later on, I don't know what happened, but it gets weirdly cut off for some reason, and I guess it's because there was an incident where she does have a vertical laceration on her arm that could be noted as something else, a certain act. I think that's why they cut that off for a second. Like, we don't wanna say that. Oh, that's what happened to her. But either way, it was cut off for some reason, and it was cut back. And then she's like, "Yeah, Tamla, Tam." They call her Tam. Like, I was like, "What the fuck? Why did it take you that long?" Too bad I can't show you guys because that took like, there's like a 7-minute call, and it wasn't until like near like 3 minutes in that they figure out her fucking name. Fuck. Anyways, shit sucks. All right, and I'm already upset. Like, there's no urgency. They did finally call it, but like they don't even know what life is. But again, they call 911, they call the ambulance, and they call the police. Fine. All right. Oh, what is happening? Oh, that's the video. Oh, it's 9 minutes long. I lied. Oh wait, no, that's my thing. All right. All right. Yeah. So, during the call, right? It's also worth noting that when John saw her, yes, I shouldn't have showed this first, but fuck it, whatever. We're here. John said in her interviews that she states that her body was with her feet pointed towards the house, like perfectly together and pointed towards the house, and that her hands, she had her hands down at her side and her palms facing up, like it sounds bad, but like a Superman pose. Like a Superman pose, like, you know, like you got your hands to your sides, palm up.
Yeah.
And she's just like, it looks like she face planted, and it was 2 interviews that she said that because it was so ingrained in her brain. I mean, it was so surreal. They said that nobody touched her, nobody checked her pulse, like during that whole call. Like, they're like, "Hey, can you check if she's breathing? Can you check if she's breathing?" Jose was confused and said like, "No, I didn't move her. The only time that I moved her to check if she was alive is I grabbed her leg and I bent it to see if it would move. No pulse."
Fuck.
So he's like,
Yeah.
Why is he touch?
Yep.
Never mind.
No, go ahead, send it.
Supposed to
Yeah.
be like,
Why is he touching her like it's something that you don't want to be touching?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like something that you're like,
No, exactly. Brother, what? That's it. Again, I'm not biased, but it is a little weird that why wouldn't you check the pulse? Why wouldn't you check the neck? Why wouldn't you flip her over?
Isn't this the one that's the police officer?
What? Yes,
Because
Jose isn't a police officer. He works with the sheriff. He's like in the sheriff house or whatever.
So like, you, out of everybody, you get trained no matter.
so why is he acting like a
whatever.
bitch?
Yes! Ding, ding, ding! We have a fucking winner. Thank you, Jesus Christ. But yeah, no, it's a mess. And he said that like everything that I read, everything that I saw, every interview that I heard, they deny that nobody fucking touched her other than him touching her leg, just to see if it would move. And apparently it was stiff.
Jesus Christ.
It was stiff, and he's just like, "That's enough for me." So again, I will emphasize again that this was at 9 a.m. This was at 9 a.m. All right. Like, again, Jose seems calm. He kind of mentioned that there was a little bit of blood on her sleeve. And he also mentioned that there's cameras. We have cameras around our house. Whatever. So when the police officers came in the this is the investigator sketch. That isn't what she described. This isn't the pose that Jane described. So what the fuck you mean nobody moved her? Whatever. Yeah, so the bodies face a different way than initially stated. Her hands was up. No, it makes no sense to why did nobody fucking take a pulse? Also, it's worth noting that this is now 9, right? I'm just gonna emphasize that, all right? But nobody touched her. He just grabbed the leg. Shit was stiff. Whack. So then on this sketch, I know you can't really see it, or I don't think it would explain it, but they said that the palms down and her wrist bone was exposed. And there was a small, like literally I can't show the photo of it, obviously. But there was a small drop of blood on her onesie, like where that wrist was broken. Weird. But yeah, her palms weren't as what Jean was saying. It was whack. Also, they're thinking like maybe she fell, she tripped. It's weird. Like what the hell happened to her? She's obviously not okay. But no ambulance showed up, even though it was requested on the 911 call. Unsure why they were called off. It doesn't say where they got called off, but it does say in the 911 call that she requested ambulance. But somehow, some way, no ambulance showed up. Because usually when police officers come, ambulance is there.
Yeah.
But
Right.
no ambulance was there. What the fuck? Also, I saw some of the. I know. Oh, buddy, it gets worse.
Please.
I was watching some of the body cam as well. Some of the police officers were super buddy with Jose, and they're like, "Yeah, I know that guy. Yeah, I know that guy." They also knew some of the party goers to even say that, like, "Hey,
Oh my god.
can you call back such and such so we can get their statements? Also, can we get those cameras, like the videos? Can we get we just need witness statements." That was pretty much it. They didn't even try to do canvassing the area. They didn't try to go through the people's phones. They just wanted witness statements, the cameras, and it was I think there was one of the girls. I think the girl that like left at 4 a.m. Like the police officer's wife was that person's boss. Like it was like everybody knew some way somehow. Like it was weird.
That's called white people connection.
So again, it's just the body cams just felt weird. They're just like, "Oh, hey, Jose, hey, I know this house." Like, hey, they were just walking around as if they knew where to go. Cause usually in body cams, they're just like hesitant to go through. Like, where is this? This is the kitchen. What is this? Like, they just went in willy fucking nilly. Like they knew the house. So whatever, they requested all this shit. The cameras were dead. They tried to get whatever. Nothing. It was only that morning, nothing during the party, and then obviously there was shit for the next day. They died. The cameras died. Fuckers. Anyways.
Wait. I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead. What's
It died the night of the party,
Mhm.
but magically was charged again
Mhm.
the next day,
up?
even though they were blackout drunk. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's such a mystery. I don't know how that would ever work. It's so crazy. So yeah, they got that. This is like their little their footage. This is if you remember that photo that I had with the propane tank. Like this is literally the balcony. So this is where supposedly this is what they're stating at this time because they have no other further information other than where her body was, and it looks like it lined perfectly as if she unfortunately.
I don't think it's showing on the screen. I don't see anything.
Yoshi, do you see something?
Hold on. Let me
Okay.
check.
Bro, you're not even looking?
I was fixing something.
Oh,
Yeah, no, I see something. I see it.
okay.
Thank
Why is
you.
your stream black?
I don't know.
Mine or Yohi?
It's fine now. It's fine now. It's working.
Oh.
Shit.
Okay.
There we go. I mean, shoot.
I mean that's fine, but yeah, no. So this is just images of the where it was and like how it would look. This was the only photo. I'm sure there's more, but like at the time, this is what I can only find. Like I said, she came in and she immediately changed. This is her like stay the night bag, and this was like the only photo I could find other than the bodies stuff of the crime scene. Like they didn't take photos inside, really, and it felt a little weird that that's all I can find. Like I said, maybe they just didn't release it because it's still 2018. This might be fresh. I don't know, but I have all the police records and I have all the interviews and I don't know why. Maybe this was the only photo that they had of the crime scene. Whack. Yeah. Anyways, so Jean said the batteries were dead, but she had a sensor that I don't know if that makes sense, but she had it was like all surrounding. Like her house notifies her phone when a door opens and closes, and they utilize that as evidence. Which unfortunately we only have times from 1 a.m. and no records before. So this is the screenshots that we were provided to get a little bit more of understanding. Like this is this is the front door. This is where they said that she was smoking, like the time that she came out to smoke. And then 4 a.m. I don't know if you recall or not, 'tis fine. That's the time that the first lady left to go to work. And here's a little bit better understanding. I try to so this is where we think that Bridget left. Like garage door open and close. She went out to smoke or something. Bridget left that time, went out to smoke again. Back door was open once more, but never closed. The back door, it wasn't truly specified. Hold on, damn. But if I'm correct, and it feels wrong to say it's that place, but it feels like it is. Like the shit. There it is. I think it's this door. This is the back door, not the balcony door, but this is the back door. So that's why they said that they think that she, because this was the last door that was open, which feels wrong for that to be titled the back door, but whatever. But this is this part. So, one theory was that like she tripped over this little part right here. I don't know if that's actually seeable, but there's like a little bit of a ledge here, and since she pretty much looked like
little brown wood bit.
and it looks like she face planted, they think that she just fell off of that and just couldn't breathe through the grass. Another theory is obviously the main one that they were going with, which is the ledge. Damn, someone hungry. But yeah, the only information that we got could be a little bit helpful with the case was the screenshots, and this is their theory and whatnot. It's a mess. Anyways, so these are the inconsistencies that I have found while going through the testimonies. We got Bridget first. Well, you know what? Bridget's a long bitch. I'm gonna do the aunt first. The aunt makes me laugh because it's bad. Like I honestly, this case is all bad. But like she makes me laugh a little bit because in her statement, she was the one in the basement that found the body first. She also had another version, like another testimony. Like I don't know. Everyone seemed to have like 3 to 2 testimonies. Where she was checking the weather and then she saw Tamla, yelled at her to see if she was still whatever. She yelled at her, and then she went inside. She washed her face and started praying because she thought she was seeing things. Then went upstairs and talked to Jose. Okay, buddy.
Why people are cracked down?
So wild that that's another story of hers. I don't know. Anyways, and then our favorite boy, his story was straight the whole time. It makes sense because, like I said, he worked in law enforcement, like with the sheriff department. Like he was like the holder. I don't know what it was, but he's something. He was somewhere there. He had a bunch of cop friends. He also was caught looking up people's records. I'll get into that. So, for example, one of Tamla's friends was questioning, like asking questions, like, "What happened to my friend? I want to, like, what happened to Tamla? Like, I want to know." And her name like was Michelle or whatever. And he decided to look Michelle's address up. And later she stated that she was being harassed and police were denying her help. Jose got caught doing this not to just Michelle, but 3 other people, and he got fired. Like, why were you tampering with?
Way.
Yeah, he was tampering with sheriff's computers, and he got fired. And it like I said, it was
makes you wonder why he was tampering and looking up that stuff.
Yeah.
And makes you wonder why his story was so consistent.
Yeah.
And everyone else's wasn't.
Yeah. So what else were you doing on that damn computer? Who knows? But he got caught for that, and that's why he got fired.
Was he drinking?
No, he was with the boys. Remember? Yeah.
Oh my god.
And then so we got this lovely doozy here, Bridget. She's my favorite. She's close friends to all the girls. Bridget states, like, every fucking interview states that she takes Xanax, and she's like, Xanax is her life. She carries Xanax in her little necklace. Like, she has a fucking necklace with her Xanax in it. It's so precious to me. Yeah. She states that she doesn't share. She doesn't share it. And I was like, no, I don't share. Like, no, but I don't know, whatever. Police later uncovered that she does share.
Why is that something to include? That's worth including. That's fucked up but funny at the same time.
Well, because I'll get into it. They said that they saw messages that like, hey, let me get one of those. Let me share. But she was just in her test, like in one of her interviews. And again, you can look this shit up. I'm not not verbating it, but I'm telling you can look it up. This is what she says. She's like, yeah, fine, I do share, but I never gave one to Tamla. I never would give her one. No.
Why is she being so consistent about it?
She was
like,
super
trying to be
inconsistent.
So about it.
Yeah, she was super pushy on that and never inconsistent. It was like, it took her not that. She kept on blabbing. She just didn't know how to shut her mouth. And another interview, like I said, she has fucking multiple because she constantly talks. Anyway, she said that I'm an incredible friend to be around. I'm the mother hen, the best friend everyone wants around. I'm the cleaner, the OCD type who likes to organize. I'm a neat freak. I'm everyone's perfect friend.
Cringe.
She's just boasting about herself. And meanwhile, the police literally just asked what happened that night. All right.
Go off, I guess.
Yeah, right? Okay, girly pop. Shut up. Anyways, so yeah, it's just like, hey, what happened that night? So I'm everyone's friend. You know, everyone loves me. They want me to be around. And then she says that, I didn't want to stay that night because I don't like staying at strangers' houses. I have to sleep with one eye open. I wanted to leave. Okay. Like, if they're strange, you said that they were your friends and now they're strangers? Fucker. All right, whatever. Say it, girly. Also, she was stating that Tamla was just overjoyed, like, like touching her boobs and like all over her. And this is a fucking quote. My DNA will be all over those jammies. Anyways, she says in her little thing, everyone went to bed. They got gumbo. They were talking about one of the girls because they were upset about one of them. And she states that she was like just saying that like, yeah, she's like, what did she say? She said pretty much that like, oh, like talking to Tamla, and Tamla told, she said to Bridget is saying this, that Tamla told Bridget, I want to go home. And Bridget says, no, girlie, you're too drunk. That she was never part of that. What the fuck are you saying? Whatever. Like, she was the one that convinced Tamla to stay. And yeah, like again, that was, she wasn't even there for that encounter. Whatever. But yeah, no, it was all over the place. You can blame the Xanax, why she's all over the place. It was a mess. She was constantly playing jokes about stuff, and she was playing it off. She literally mentioned things after, like, long time after she was gone. Like, she mentioned the placement and the look of Tamla's body. Like, you weren't there for that. What do you mean that you're? What do you mean? Anyways, yeah, she was like, yeah, like, oh, like the way it looked, it was, I hate, Anyways, the autopsy. This is why I mentioned the time thoroughly, because on the death cert, it says that it's 10:30. The call was made at 8:45. What do you mean? What do you mean 10:30 is her time? Oh my god. Oh god.
PM? Like last night? Or 10:30 AM?
AM. The next day. The call was made 8 a.m. 10 a.m. 2 hours. 2 hours after the call? That's the time of death? Whatever. Fucking Christ.
And when did the police arrive? You said 9, right?
9. Yeah. Think about that. Think about that. And then
So what happened in that hour?
I don't know. So I'm not gonna say everything that was marked on there, but I will just state that that's a mess. Why was the 2-hour difference? But there was also, I don't know if I could show it. Hold on, maybe I can. Let me see if I can go and zoom in a little bit on it. But it says, I don't know. I never really seen one like this. For some reason, it says like hold on, let me see. So it says, oh my god. So yeah, it says my bad. 10:47 was when she was pronounced. My fucking bad.
So 2 hours.
2 hours.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. I don't know if you guys can see that. Time of injury, 1:30 a.m. I mean, I get it. It's not the same as this pronouncing, but like, why is it different? You know what I mean? I don't know. That was very interesting for me. I didn't know how to feel about that. Why is that the time of things were at 1 a.m.? Anyways, in this toxic screening, it said that she had high blood alcohol. Understandable. 0.23 BAC. THC. She had THC. And get this. Xanax.
Fucking shot.
Xanax. Yep.
Can't you be put in jail for lying like that?
Right?
Like, that's wild.
Right? But yeah, no, it is on the little cert. It says it's concluded accident from a fall.
What?
Her family and friends said that she doesn't like drinking, nor does she like taking pills, nor does she feel comfortable with drinking with strangers. So the family is so confused as to why this happened like this. So much so that they demanded a second autopsy, as they fucking should, as they absolutely should, because there was so much inconsistencies. And originally, the OG one that was made in Georgia, it said that there was cuts, scrapes, but the second autopsy says bruises, no full fracture to the skull or a vertebrae, to where that would have occurred if she jumped off a fucking balcony.
Right.
Odd, right? Very odd. The other thing that was worth noting is that like she also had like I don't know how to really describe this one, but like a bruise on the temple of the nose, as if somebody punched her nose.
Punched her.
Yeah. Bruised, and also her wrist wasn't dislocated. It was broken. Bone was out.
That makes more sense.
Fuck. Yeah. So there was a lot of weird things going on with that second one, the second autopsy. It's like, it seems like, what the hell's going on? This doesn't feel like a fall. This feels like foul play. And also there there was like a little drop of blood on the onesie. They're describing it as the drop happens because when you're at that time after that, it becomes sluggish. But also if she had the weed, the alcohol, the Xanax, it makes it even slower. So with that saying that, the injuries must have happened before her time. Is what?
Yep.
Yeah. It doesn't line up. But yeah. The other inconsistencies that were shown was the police officers. I won't say too much about them. That's a whole fucking another hour long of talking about these, but I will mention these two people. There was an incident about this sheriff, Ron Freeman. He was literally just got this job. He's a new sheriff in town. And what happened is that he got, I shouldn't say removed. I'll say what it was. Fired from his last job because he was mishandling a case trying to help and aid a racist cop. So the person, I'll say it, I don't give a fuck at this point. Get rid of me, Twitch. Chris, had said some vile racist things online and in person. And, Chris and Ron were pretty much like helping each other, trying to make appeals, trying to fix it. And they both got fired, and they both pretty much got to this fucking county. So a lot of red flags on this motherfucker. A lot of red flags on this bitch. Both of them are now in this fucking county, brand new and in charge of the case. Good job. I won't say much about this fucking fucker because I will get banned from Twitch for sure. But I will say that he had girls that are not of age that he was doing things in the back of his police car. Also,
Jesus.
Oh my god.
yeah, he's wonderful. Isn't this wonderful? The police officers are so great here. So he not only that, but also while he was getting more girls in to his car, he was pretty much showing people the crime scene photos, and he was naming her. I would never fucking say this, but he was naming her the whole case, the porch lady.
Huh?
Yeah. While he was showing off for some fucking reason, he titled her that. And not only that, but it followed through into the fucking office. And now they called her that. It's fucking a mess. It's a mess. It's
That's
a mess.
ridiculous.
Oh my god.
Anyways, this case is closed. It has concluded that it has been an accidental fall. Nothing else has come up from it.
Oh yeah, right.
They have got lucky enough to reopen the case in 2020. Some new evidence came forward. I'm lying. No new evidence came forward because people's memories were faded. They got new phones. Things were deleted. People moved. They tried to canvass the neighbors, and there was nothing. So it kind of sucks. And the family are still trying. Again, they're still saying it's a fucking death of an accident. There is no further evidence to pinpoint or prove someone who did it or caused it. That's pretty much all I got. But I do have a link to thechange.org. I couldn't put it in my YouTube or anything because apparently I'm not able to put links, which sucks. But if you can, it would be wonderful. I signed it. There's various places and websites that are trying to get signatures to reopen the case to do a proper investigation Hopefully this brings just a little bit more attention to help and have someone come forward to mention anything that help the case. This family would love nothing more to have justice for their mother. But yeah, this is what I can find. What do you think happened?
A lot
I
of
think-
bullshit.
I think the white lady,
Which one? Get
the
Guinness.
fat white lady,
Oh yeah, my favorite.
the Zanny addict, I think she was high out of
was
her
hot
mind
binge.
and drunk. Which, first of all, if you didn't know, mixing Zanny and alcohol,
And weed.
there's a lot of bad
Side effects.
yeah, there you go. Thank you. Adverse side effects to where you can have mood swings. And basically it just like, I think because the woman wanted to emphasize some, oh, she was on me, kiss me, mama, give me a kiss goodbye. I think what happened was she was forcing herself, and then the other dudes that, like the two guys that were so adamant on her staying the night,
Yeah.
and that girl, while the aunt, I feel like the aunt just might low-key be slow. And
I
was
love the
already
aunt. She's a
asleep.
fucking mess, dude. It's fucking mess.
And like, my theory is they decided to unconsensually do things to her, and it turned even worse than it already was going. And they staged everything.
Yeah.
Because if you're gonna fall from the, first of all, if you're gonna fall from the second story to the floor, like you said, like,
Yeah.
oh, maybe that's where she got the bruise on her nose from, but like, she doesn't have a fractured neck. Like, you would think maybe like even her ribs would be cracked, because she didn't look to have like a bigger chest. It was more, you know, whatever. Like, you would think there'd be more injuries pushing forward to that. And then if you did find her with her palms facing up, like a Superman type of
Suppose. I don't know what the
pose,
hell. Yeah.
like, you're not gonna fall straight like that.
Yeah.
No. I think they may have broke her wrist or something in the midst of trying to do that act to
Yeah.
her before unaliving her. And that because to only have one drop on her wrist, that tells me that she didn't have clothes on.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
And she already was gone once they put them clothes back on to stage it up, and that's why there's only a little bit of blood. Because then again, if the woman was gonna fall, why is there not blood on the grass? Where's the puddle
there
or
was
anything?
Nothing. And that whole time there was no. I don't know. There's nothing. It makes no sense. I just feel bad for this woman, and the fact that they just kind of like just brush it off, like we what else can we do? You didn't do anything. You didn't fucking do anything. Anyways, what do you guys think? Oh my god.
Hello?
Yoshi? Moshi? Yoshi?
Oh, his mic is muted.
I was talking that whole time.
Oh, I did not hear you.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, poor baby. Pobrecito. Oh, little
Shut
guy. Little guy.
What the fuck? You talking like I'm 8? What the fuck?
I
I don't know. All I know is that it's clearly like, I don't know. I hate to say this, but it's racist.
know.
Fucking racist.
I know.
Oh,
Yeah,
I have to calm down for a moment because my case I'm doing is clearly racially motivated as well. And I don't want to get too.
This is gonna be fun. Yeah, no, it's a mess for sure, and that's why I wanted to share it, because there's so many inconsistencies, and I wanted to point it out because this poor family deserves so much more than whatever. Like this is a mess, and if that was my mom, my mama. Like I don't know. I would honestly want to know more, because it felt like they didn't do shit. They did not give a shit. These fuckers did not give a shit. These fuckers obviously did some shit. You know, I don't know.
Right.
So that's why I'm not saying like, I love this case, but yeah, no, this is a mess. This is a mess for sure.
I think the solutions that you guys proposed are kind of like what I feel like happened as well.
Yeah.
Like I feel like Bridget had something to do with it, and if she didn't, then
Definitely.
Jose had something to do with it.
No, I think all three
maybe-
of them did because they were very adamant on her staying the night.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what makes it weird.
Yeah. And it's
Well, she
just
was drunk, so like I get that.
And it's just
but,
a
like,
bunch
at the
of
same time,
inconsistencies, and it's just like they didn't know how to keep their fucking stories straight. And as far like there was another thing that I saw, and I don't know how true it is because I didn't see it everywhere on all the articles, but I did see that one of the investigators said that after every day, like for like a few days after the incident, that everybody at that, like those 12 people were constantly showing up at John's house, like for like every day.
fuck.
Like I don't know if that's true or maybe they're just I don't know if that was, but if it was, then that would make sense as to why they all knew, like why Bridget would say half of the things that were like oh yeah, I knew about the pose. How do you know how she was posed?
You weren't
weren't
there.
fucking there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, or the fucking, yeah, like, oh, I told her to stay. You weren't there. You weren't part of that conversation. Or were you? Like, who knows? They were all drunk. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
Right.
I think that's why one, the police knew them. Two, they were drunk off their asses. I don't know. It's hard. It's a mess. But either way, there is absolutely foul play. I don't know whomst it was, whomst the group was, but it's definitely somebody in that goddamn house. Either way. But yeah.
Chica asked a question about what the police officers are doing now, and are they still working in the same place?
So the police officers, as far as I could tell, the sheriff still stayed at the sheriff. There was nothing wrong with that. But the person that was caught with the girls in his police car, yeah, he got fired. But in terms of firing, I don't know. I didn't really check to see if he got rehired somewhere else or if he actually got fired. But I saw
But no
that-
jail?
No.
Huh?
No. Yeah. Well, I mean, the
What?
other guy fucking did some wild shit. Did literal hurled slurs and still got fucking hired as a sheriff. They don't give a fuck.
Oh my god.
Anyways, sorry. Your turn.
No.
These are yeah. Oh my god.
I'm so like
I know, isn't it
While-
lovely?
Bear with me because I might have to take a second while
No, we
going
could
through
take
mine.
we could take a little bit of a break because right now I gotta owe Chica fucking she used they used their redeems and I gotta fucking pay it back. How do I pay it back? You guys are mods. How do I do
got
it?
you.
All right, thank you.
Calm that.
I don't know, Mom.
Oh! Appreciate it. Appreciate it. But yeah, no. Oh god.
Okay, well, let
There's
me
a
take a second.
specific way.
I have to use bathroom.
Okay, yeah, we'll take a break. Yeah. But yeah, no, how do you usually do it? Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. How do I do it? Can I not do it? You're a bitch. Okay, fine. Keep your fucking mod rights. Bitches. Coke. I'm on shut up. I'm on Obus. We're taking a little bit of a break, but Yoshi's next, and then you're next, Mohi. You're next. Bruh, I had 22! I had 22! Yay! Oh. Ooh! Yeah, that's why I'm like the other one the other one doesn't have much. And that's fine. I mean, it's okay. It really is. No, that's okay. That's okay. But yeah, no, my next one I'm just gonna be stating pretty much how I was just gonna be hooting and hollering about the case like I did this time. No. I'm taking a break. It's Yohi turn. No, after Yohi is you, Mohi. All right, well then if you need more time, then Star can go next, and then I'll go next, and then you will go, if that's what you need.
Longer than what it is, and I can't even put any of these pictures. These fucking
boom.
people were straight fucking nudists.
Here
I
we
don't
go.
know.
I got it.
That was fucking weird
Boom.
shit. I had to see.
Okay.
Boom.
Okay, so how can you do this? Can you share screen?
Yeah,
Yeah, share
do
screen with
OBS display capture. Make sure.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Suki screen sharing so I can show her how to redeem.
No,
or
I
give back
know, but
redeems.
I don't think I can share that. Hold on, let me see. Here we go. Let me try this. Stream.
Okay.
Can you see this?
It's taking a second. Yeah. Okay, go to where you're viewing the stream from. Like on like Safari or like where you have your Twitch pulled up, I guess. You know what I mean?
Yeah, in the chat, right? Oh, I had to go actually to the thing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Well, that's
Alright.
how I do it. That's how I do. I don't know
No.
this convoluted ass mess. So.
Oh, well, bro, you better learn OBS. That's the main bitch to
No!
stream.
Back,
you rat.
go.
Heck, you rat! Don't make me get the
Okay,
raid.
so
Bruh.
don't spray yourself. You'll take yourself out.
I'll fucking spray you, bitch. I'll make sure it's facing you.
You
No,
better
I'm
get
not
fucking
asking Star
sprayed
for
by the
permission.
raid, bruh. Fuck
Hey,
off.
Star,
Fuck off.
Can I
Here,
spray
I'll-
him a raid?
Raid him.
I'll just share screen mine.
Raid
I'll share
'em.
screen mine.
Can
okay.
you what?
Can I spray him with raid spray?
Raid spray.
I mean, you wouldn't be the only one that's done it, so
You s-
sure.
Hey, yo,
see
you
my
got him
screen?
too?
Oh,
Good.
shit.
Beat him.
Yeah, she'd be abusing me. She'd be abusing me constantly.
Shut up.
No,
Let it-
you and
let it be
you
known.
and Nadalux
Alright, I see
YTV
it.
spraying each other with roach spray.
What the fuck?
Okay, so you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, so you come. Well, you have the mod
I
thing
come,
pulled
got
up,
it.
right?
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up, stupid bitch.
Why did that get you so much? I love that. All right, go ahead.
So you have the mod menu thing pulled up, right?
Yeah.
Like the whole screen. So you go down to redeem request queue,
Mhm.
and then you go click here because
Mhm.
this is the most recent one.
Ah.
You go all the way down. This is the most recent one.
Uh-huh.
You click that, and then I think you reject
I
and
can
refund points
refund.
back to user.
Nice. Good
you go.
job. Okay, thank you. Got it. Oh
I'm gonna
man.
refund everybody back their points.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Nah, I ain't. Fuck you.
What? Damn, who crunching and munching in that
Sorry,
bitch?
I need my.
Nah,
little
you're fine. You're
snacky.
fine. I'm just giving you shit. Shut up! You're just upset that I treat her better than you.
Excuse me? I think you're just jealous because I have her and you don't.
Don't
So-
fucking start projecting.
What? I'm like you're in denial. Oh my lord. The denial is real. The denial's a river, bro.
river in Egypt.
Get him! Beat him! Twist
Your
his dick!
husband is
Twist his
gay!
fucking dick! What? Twist his fucking dick! Twist his dick!
Oh my god.
Grab it! Twist that motherfucker!
You put the lime
In the coconut,
and
you
shake
get
it
all
all
up. Put the lime in
go.
the coconut, and
Are we
you
ready?
shake that shit up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright. The autism. It works for all.
Okay. Oh shit, wrong one. Wait, no. Is that the right one? God damn it. I gotta do the whole thing.
Oh, what?
Okay. There you go. I gotta make sure it's working on my end. You guys
So-
see?
So, yeah, I can see it, but I just want to know how pissed are we going to be? I can't wait.
I'm fucking
Is
pissed.
Let's
this
go!
your Reds one, or is this Canada?
Oh,
Wait,
is
what'd you
this
say?
Is this the Canada or the Reds?
Reserve?
Canada. Well, it's still
Oh.
the res, but still,
Yeah.
Canada.
Okay, let's go.
This is the one that I showed.
I
Suki
know.
a
Let's
while
go. All right, ready.
back.
Send it.
Let me take a sip of my sippy.
Oh yeah, get that alky.
Oh, not that. Jeez, no, I'm talking about water.
Oh, lame. I mean,
Alcoholic.
Lame.
Lame. Bro, jealous.
Shut
Bro,
up.
jealous again.
Shut up.
The jealousy is real.
There
bro.
ain't no jealousy. She mine.
I don't want to put you on blast and embarrass you. So, like,
Shut up! You wouldn't do
I'll
shit.
I'll spare you the embarrassment. Okay, so
Alright.
that's what I was talking about.
Oh, that one?
Okay, for real.
Alright, sorry, my bad. Lock in.
So, my case is on Amber Tucaro. Trigger warning, obviously, this contains a lot of sensitive topics and unsettling and disturbing things. If you're not ready for that, please leave now and refrain from triggering yourself. So who is Amber Tucaro? Amber Tucaro was born January 3rd, 1990 in Alberta, Canada. She's part of the Mikisew Cree First Nation. As a kid, she was put up for adoption by her original parents, and she would later be adopted by Andrew and Vivian Tucaro and living with 4 older brothers. Leading up to her disappearance, Amber was 20 years old, and she had a baby named Jacob, and she loved him with all her heart and accepted the challenge to raise him at such a young age alone. Amber's dream was to have a good life and to raise Jacob in a good environment. When she had Jacob, she would live in unity houses, which is like houses for people that like are stuck and like don't have a home but are trying to seek like housing and like job opportunities so they can live a better life.
Yeah.
She would meet a friend on this journey to like have a better life for her kid, and the friend that she met, her name isn't publicly released because it's still an ongoing investigation. After a while, they grew close. Well, actually, they didn't grow close. I think it was like a couple months after meeting, her friend was like, "Oh, let's go fly to Edmonton, because like we need to start a better life, and I want you to come with me." And so she was like, "Yeah, fine, sure." And her mom was like, "This is kind of weird, like out of place. Like the flight was like." It was like 24 hours before she had to leave. She was like, "Hey guys," like to her family, like, "I'm leaving. I'm going to go start a new life in Edmonton." And her mom was like, "That's kind of weird. Like, why are you spontaneously leaving with your child to go start a life with someone that you don't know?" And her mom and Amber was like, "It's fine. Everything's okay." So they would fly to Edmonton, but they would book a hotel in nearby city of Nisku, which had like lower hotel rates and it would be cheaper. Amber would eventually leave that hotel that night around 8. It varies because obviously there's not a specific time when she left. It was just like a general time gap, and it was between like 7:30 and 8:30, August 18th, 2010. She would leave to try and make some extra cash and like find a job so like she could have money because she didn't have any money at the time. She left her son with the woman, and that woman would reportedly be the last person to see her alive that we know of, versus a guy that we're going to be getting into later. Amber was hitchhiking around and would later be picked up by this unknown man. And while she was in the car with the guy, her brother would call her, and there was a call that they released like a couple years ago that they put out the RCMP, the Canadian police, where they'd put it out because they wanted people to like, "Hey, have you heard of this guy? This is probably like the guy that probably did stuff to her. Like, we want to know if anybody knows anything." And this call went on for 17 hours. And the snippet that I'm about to show you isn't 17 hours. It's just like a compilation of things that
17 minutes.
happened. Yeah. What did I say? 17 hours?
Hours, yes.
Shit. But the snippet isn't 17 hours. It's just like pieces of information that the police felt like would be important to the public, so they put it out there. And it was up until I think the last like chunk of it is like the couple seconds before her the call cut out. Here's the video. Please tell me that this works, please.
Where are we by?
Can you guys hear that?
We can hear it.
Okay, good.
Turn it up a little, please.
Beaumont. Yo, where are we going?
Hold on, let me restart.
Where are we by?
We're just heading south of Beaumont, or north of Beaumont.
We're heading north to Beaumont. Yo, where are we going? No, this is Are you f***ing kidding me? You better not be taking me anywhere I don't want to go. I want to go into the city. Jeez. Yo, we're not going into the city, are we? No, we're not. Then where the f*** are these roads going to?
50th Street.
50th Street. Are you sure?
Absolutely.
Yo, where are we going?
50th Street.
50th Street?
50th Street.
East, right?
East.
Over
Bravo.
And that was the last like known that was like her moments. The police, from what they gave to the public, that's suspected to be her last like 10 minutes before she was killed. And if we really want to get into it, I don't want to like jump into conclusions on what was said at the end, because a lot of people are speculating like, oh, they said this and that, and I don't want to stick my hand and stir the pot, you know what I mean? But you can clearly hear this fucking dude like laughing as he was like lying to her.
No, this is Are you f***ing kidding me? You better not be taking me
You can hear like
I
right
heard
here,
that.
like he laughs, like a little chuckle.
taking me anywhere I don't want to go.
And it's just like
No, man.
I'll get more into it later. Let me continue.
Where are we by?
We're just
Hold on, why the fuck? There we go. Okay. After the phone call on August 19th, when Amber did not get in touch with her mother called the RCMP, and this was a day after the call and everything like that. The RCMP replied and said that, oh, she'll get back once she's done partying. Don't worry about it. Everything will be fine. And the missing persons report filed against her would be filed a full 24 hours after she disappeared. And it's important to note that 24 hours is the most crucial part of any missing person case or anyone that's suspected of being missing. And this is the little information that I found, and this is in Canada. Indigenous women are 12 times more likely to be murdered or missing than any other women in Canada. And that could just be chopped up to a plethora of issues plaguing Canada and North America as well. Oh shit. After the initial missing persons report, just a few weeks, on August 28th, 2010, a member of the RCMP claimed that Amber was not a missing person and that her social media was active, making him believe that she was not in danger. While having said all this to the public and making public statements, the officer himself never verified these claims were true, but nonetheless, she was taken off the missing persons list. And it took a whole month after that happened, Vivian, Amber's mother, had to get her re-added back to the list. And then it took them a few months after that happened for the RCMP to question her mother regarding her son, or regarding her daughter. I know it says mother, but yeah, that's what I meant. Vivian was also told by the RCMP that the belongings to Amber, that Amber had belongings and that Vivian wanted them. But as Vivian was saying that she wanted them and this and that, the RCMP burned it, and it also like burning potential and possible evidence. On top of that, the room that Amber stayed in was used by other people after her disappearance, contaminating the crime scene. And I'm not a police, like I'm not a part of the police or anything like that, but that seems like blatant, like nonchalant careness and like just stupidity. Like, why would you let people in the crime scene and let people stay in there? It gets worse. So around 2 years after the disappearance of Amber Tucaro, her remains would be found on September 1st, 2012, in a rural homestead near Leduc County, just 2 days after the RCMP released the cell phone footage, the cell phone audio. The Leduc County was I think 20 minutes away in the opposite direction of where Amber initially wanted to go. So the guy was lying to her, clearly. Her autopsy has not been made public, and all around her case has not been made entirely public. What is also noteworthy here is that the remains of 4 other women were found near where she was found, and the RCMP are not ruling out whether there is a serial unaliver or not. But Amber Tucaro has been labeled as a homicide in this case. The carelessness of the RCMP. During the investigation, Vivian's mother claimed that a lot of what happened could have been avoided and could have helped could help catch Amber's unaliver and most likely save her life. While during the investigation, Amber Tucaro was still ongoing, and to this very day, the RCMP had been very careless in their assessment of what happened to Amber Tucaro. So much so that, in fact, Amber Tucaro made a complaint in 2014 to the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission of the RCMP, which was released 4 years later in 2018, that the investigation was found to be deficient, cementing the notoriety of the RCMP police. The document stated that the RCMP was extremely careless, prejudiced, and including the downplaying of Amber's disappearance and destruction of possible evidence pertaining to her disappearance. Basically, like, what I'm gonna say is like stuff that happened during it. Her mother said publicly that the RCMP wouldn't give them like updates on anything new. They felt like they had to go out of their way to get help from them and like know what happened. And she said that like every week there was always a new caseworker on her case, and that it was just super hard for her to reach out and find these things about what happened to her, or if anything happened to her, like updates and such like that. Suspects. 3 women came forward about the man in the recording, in the audio, claiming to have known the man in the audio, and all 3 of them saying that it was the same person, although nothing came out of it. There was another man near the area who many have claimed to have been involved in the case, but the RCMP have said publicly that he has nothing to do with it. Both of the names of these people are not being released to the public.
Jesus Christ.
And that's it. And so just like overall around, it's blatant racism, because it's just like it's a dime a dozen that this cases like this is happening, and this is like a popular case out of the thousands of cases like this in Canada. And they even have a whole stretch of road in Canada called the Highway of Tears, which is like, I think it's 750 miles where Indigenous women and children go missing, and most of those cases are unresolved. Most of them. And it's so irritating and just like irking, because they could have done something, but they chose not to. Whether it was because they didn't want to, or because they were ill prepared, or just because they didn't care. It just like, they could have found her killer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the audio recording they found was 17 minutes long, and where they found her body was a good 20 minutes away from where her where the audio ended, or a good like 5 minutes from where the audio was supposed to end. So they're suspecting that she died within like 10 to 15 minutes after that call was ended. And there's just so much to say. I have so many like things to say, but like all I can say is like, fuck RCMP. You guys are terrible fucking people. Fuck you. You're assholes.
Yeah. You're assholes.
That's it. That's my TED Talk.
I don't know what happened because I just unmuted, and all I hear is like, y'all are fucking terrible people. Fuck y'all bitches.
Mochi, you're not even here. It's okay.
I like it. I'm joining to listen and then I'm joining to focus on this.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah. Oh man. All right. So are you? You're not ready then? If you're not, then we could take another
Is
little.
he done?
Huh?
He's done?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're.
Well, I have some stuff to say about his case.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go pee then.
Yeah, that could have been the chance to find a serial unaliver. Absolutely. See, Chica gets
For
it.
real.
Mhm.
See.
No, because if by law, well,
Mhm.
at least I'm going by American law.
Yeah, that's true.
If
it might be different.
police are supposed to, by law, assume a lead
Mm-hmm.
and make sure they are 100% sure that this person has nothing to do with anything. They're supposed to take everything serious,
Yeah.
no matter how little or whatever. Blah, blah, blah. I'm assuming, because Canada and America are very similar in the way that they work, I'm assuming some of the laws should be similar.
Yeah. No, that would make.
And if
sense.
3 different people who don't know each other in a similar region say, this sounds like this specific person,
Man,
it's that person.
right? Maybe
Period.
we should check on that. Fuck you. God damn it.
Yeah. And when was this? 2018, you said?
This happened in 2010.
Okay.
So they're withholding this for a reason, my opinion. But I don't know. It just seems blatant disregard, whether it's prejudice or biasness because of the person's race. It probably is that, but it just seems like they didn't care, to be honest. And I know what you were saying about the 17 minutes. It was a little confusing the way you said it, so I'm not sure if everybody else kind of knew what you meant by that.
Yeah, no.
Wait, what do
But
you mean?
like,
What is there something I need
from
to,
when she left and got in that guy's car,
Mhm.
she was found 20 minutes away from where she left.
Oh yeah, 20 minutes away from where she left,
And
the
that call left
ended
17 minutes.
Yeah.
So something happened where he grabbed that phone in that car ride and then dumped her on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so they have people coming out saying that, oh, it's this guy, like it's him, and people that don't know each other say that it's that guy, but they haven't said anything or made it public what the guy's name was. And I get that he has a right to privacy, but when 3 other people
have come forward and said, hey, maybe that might be the
yeah,
human.
and it's the same guy.
Right.
He's such a baby. My cat climbed
That
on
would
my
have been their chance to
thighs.
find a serial unaliver. I would have jumped out of the car and ran unless he had a pew pew.
Start running, help!
Yeah.
Help! Yeah, something. But you know.
Well, it was a rural area in the woods, so there was really, it was all premeditated. That's what it seems like.
Yeah, it was premeditated.
It was very premeditated. You can't tell me
you
you
could
don't
jump
take
out the
someone,
car and run, but bro
you
can
don't
run
take
you
someone
over.
to the woods and shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it's just
Like
wild that they don't release anything on like what her cause of death was or who the guys' names were to find a lead. It's just like gone. That's it. Sorry guys, we don't.
Well,
we're
it's
not
the
gonna release
same
their names.
how they didn't release the case where they found hundreds of Inuit children under churches and stuff in Canada.
Right.
It's all under the same branch, all under the same thing, and we know what it is.
Right.
Just to clarify something, I'm pretty sure me and Suki went over that. Isn't that supposed to be a derogatory term? When you say the first part of it, when she said stating that they were native children.
No, are you talking about Inuit? No, that's fine.
Oh, okay.
That's fine.
Just
yeah,
to
no,
confirm.
it's the E word that you're not supposed to say.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yep. No,
Yeah, Inuit is their actual name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Native Americans are not. Yeah.
Native Americans.
Well, no, they are Native Americans, but
No, but that's like a generalized term for what they are.
Yeah,
Yeah.
compared to the other word, just to confirm.
yeah.
My the
You
reason
made
why
my
they
heart
don't.
drop.
No. I was
like,
just
what did I
confirming
say?
No,
'cause
you're good.
I
You're
remember
good.
Suki, me and Suki had this conversation, and we were like, "Wait, that's the
I
fucked
got
up
like an
word."
abnormal heart rate reading right now. You guys, it literally
Yeah.
warned me. It was like, hey.
Yeah, so like vast majority of the time they don't allow the case to be publicized as because of certain aspects. They don't want people to go after those bad people due to it would kind of add more to the case than it needs to be, and it makes it more troublesome, and then people will try to go after and do something and they could get hurt, or they try to hurt that person, and that makes it that they can't get the information they might need from that person, and it becomes a fucking mess. So that's not why they
10
don't
years. Like, it just doesn't make sense.
It's not even 10 years. It's almost 15 years now.
Yeah, almost 15 years now, and they
Mm.
haven't done anything to like garner like sympathy, not garner sympathy, but like garner like information. You know what I mean? Like, if they have all the information they need, like, I get that, but it's been like almost 15 years, and there's no like updates on it other than like in 2018 when the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission document came out saying that like they did a terrible job.
Very much.
So it's just kind of like, I don't know. You can clearly see where this is coming from, and like Canada is like known for like the prejudice and like non like the carelessness for Indigenous people there in Canada. So it's like everyone knows what it is, but like it's just not like garnering attention.
Yep. It's not deemed important enough.
Bitches.
Indeed. Okay. All right, let me fix my stuff.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I can go if you want me to.
Oh yay, Mohi, are you ready?
What the fuck is this?
I can't put everything into slides, but I can sum it up for the rest of the information since I don't have time to type it out because I'm illiterate and I can't fucking spell properly.
No, you're. That's why.
Do you want to just start it go, and that way you can get everything
Yeah, I was
articulated?
gonna say if you wanted, if we can. Yeah.
No. I was reading as I was going.
You'll be the finale.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to be the finale. I want somebody that has the proper things to go about it. But I'm already sharing screens.
Oh,
so
damn! She said
I
it's
put a
already
big ass
time.
trigger warning.
Oh, that's good.
All right, let me see it.
No, it don't. No, I'm playing. Yeah,
Oh
dude.
my god, you're
You
such
shut
a
the fuck up.
bitch.
You fucked
It
up.
looks good. It looks good. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you.
Oh, let me put it on my shit.
I'm gonna need some break.
Oh, you need a break?
No. When I'm reading, because I get out of breath easily, asthma.
Oh yeah.
But my case is on Sanda Dia. His family was immigrants. They moved to Belgium to allow them to have a budget, like better opportunities in education and stuff to that sort. They were bright students and stuff. Him and his brother, they studied a lot. They were really grateful for their parents for moving to be able to go to a school that they can actually learn and do a bunch of things. So it kind of started in December 2018. 20-year-old Sanda Dia was brought into the emergency room by the frat boys of the sorority he was a pledge for. But at the university, basically to kind of sum it up a little bit, Sanda was at this university. He was never really into frats and stuff to that extent, but he played soccer with some of these students from this frat house, and they kind of was like, hey, yo, like, I'm going to be a pledge for this place. You should consider joining. To which he was like, it would be nice if I had some people that I actually knew in the sorority that will make me, consider even joining. To which, leading up to these events, Sanda Dia was found unconscious prior to arriving to the hospital that the frat boys had drove him to. The doctors rushed to aid Sanda and was left perplexed by Sanda's current condition. Sanda was unresponsive and close to the touch. The doctors looked into Sanda's medical records to see if he had any previous pre-existing medical conditions that would have caused Sanda's current state of distress. 20-year-old Sanda Diaz's body temperature was only 80 degrees Fahrenheit and 20 or 20, possibly 26 Celsius, which is below the average healthy body rate temperature. A healthy body rate temperature is normally 97 to 99 degrees Fahrenheit. The conversion of that to Celsius, I'm not completely sure of. The doctors that found that Sanda was suffering from how do you fucking say this word? Hypernatremia. Hypernatremia is a condition where the levels of sodium in the blood is too high, exceeding 145 milliliters or a liter, typically due to a defect of body water related to sodium. This can occur due to insufficient water intake, excessive water loss, or the addition of too much sodium in the body. So basically, he had really, really high fucking cholesterol and suffered sodium poisoning. Symptoms from having hypernatremia can range from extreme thirst, confusion, possible seizures, or leading to him being comatose, like he'll be in a coma if left untreated. The FDA suggests an average American adult can consume roughly 2,300 milligrams of salt a day. Sanda's body was showing that he had consumed over 160,000 milligrams of sodium.
God damn.
Being more than 2 months worth of the average sodium intake within a span of a single day.
Crap? Hell no.
The doctors...
Nah,
The doctors started... Shit, my bad. The doctors started questioning the frat boys who brought Sanda to the hospital. How could Sanda's sodium be so high, as well as how could he be in this current state of distress to this severity? How did they find Sanda like this? Where did they find Sanda? Where did they bring Sanda? How did they bring Sanda here, etc.? They were questioning them very thorough to make sure they can see what the fuck happened. Questioning the frat boys, what was Sanda doing prior to him becoming unresponsive? To which the frat boys acted confused, just shrugging, be like, "Oh, I don't really know what happened to Sanda. I didn't know him like that. We just met. We didn't know what happened to him." They were replying that they were unaware of what was happening, leading up to Sanda being unresponsive. Some of the frat boys had suggested that Sanda was just drunk, that they didn't know. So just to give some insight of what happened prior, they kind of made the pledges, which they only allow 3 to 4, depending on how many good people that they have. So they make them chug the biggest bottles of like gin that they can find and beer on an empty stomach, not allowing them to eat prior towards that day or drink anything at all. No water, no nothing. And they forced them to drink. Him personally, he had roughly an entire largest gin bottle by himself and a half of another largest gin bottle with that on top of them forcing him to drink beer. So he was already at the equivalent of having alcohol poisoning. Like this, he was fucked up. He was mad fucked up. Wait, did I skip a slide?
No.
Nope, okay. So despite the life-saving attempts by medical staff, 20-year-old Sanda Diaz would succumb to his injuries of multiple organ failure.
God damn.
When the hospital performed the autopsy to figure out the cause of his organ failure, they found rather shocking things within his stomach contents. Trigger warning if you get sensitive to any type of topics like animals and stuff, you might not want to listen because it gets worse. Nothing English. Nothing could compare the doctors could prepare the doctors for what they found among Sanadia's stomach contents. Inside the stomach contents of Sanadia, they found that he was starved of food and water for the past 2 days. But inside of his stomach, they found undigested whole fish, mice heads, eel heads swallowed whole. Despite all the life-saving attempts by... Oh, wait. Did I put 2 with the same one? Oh, I did. My bad. Alright. So, I must have overwrote one. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so the requirements for the pledges were the following. Chugging a bottle of the largest gin bottles that they could possibly find. Beers, multiple beers, like at least 2, it seems, gin bottles if they could tolerate it, and beers on top of it on an empty stomach with no food and no water was allowed, even afterwards. To which, when the boys, this happened in a public setting. Keep that in mind. Public setting in Belgium, where they would go out in public, have them drink, and do all this shit until the extent that Sanda passed out from having drunk as much alcohol as he did. Given his body weight and structure, he was more of a kind of slim stature, tall but slim, kind of like, scrawny body stature. That really took a toll on his body that he just passed out, to which the other pledges, I assume they also had passed out, but they were doing a little bit better than him. And they would bring them back to the dormitories and they threw them in their bed. That, if they got stuff that they were going to put them in that room. So they threw them in their bed. For one reason or another, I think it's really fucking weird, but they turned off all the water sources in the house and locked them in that they couldn't get any food or water. So they can sober up again. And they smeared food condiments like Nutella, ketchup, mayonnaise, mustard, everything you could fucking possibly think of, all around the room to get them to feel hungrier than they already were. Like, so if they considered that they were hungry, maybe they would think they would lick it off the floors and the walls and everything if they were that really hungry. Like, what the fuck? The animals things again. How they found like the contents of the animal heads and swallowed whole animals in his stomach contents. That was one of the kind. They made a menu of some sort for them to go based off of. So they found all that in his stomach contents because that was one of the rules that they had for them to join the sorority, as well as chugging cups of other people's feces, dangerous amount of fish sauce, which has already high sodium content within itself, especially when it's used alone. And they had buckets, not like bottles, but big fucking restaurant buckets full of fish sauce that they made them consume on an empty stomach on top of all the shit that they already had, and being forced to use the restroom on the other pledges in front of everyone. They had to basically do that, which is like, what the fuck? That's
inhumane,
disgusting.
But yeah.
Yep, inhumane. Forced to dig graves and stay in the graves that were filled with ice water and live eels inside of it. Which you know, all of this shit kind of just led him to succumb to his injuries even more.
Yeah.
And they were out in the woods probably for a long time. I'm assuming the light has, the sun has already set. And they were just in the fucking woods, in graves with ice water. I don't know what season it would be, but in the pictures, you see them wearing suits and full trench coats with animal fur and fur hats and a bunch of other things. So it looked like it was rather cold outside.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say this word, but this is the word of the fraternity that they're in. It was founded 77 years ago, and it's an all-male secret society from how they specify it, frat house. The way that they were dressed was kind of cult-ish in a sense, at least to me. The students in the frat house had majored in law, which is fucking ironic.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? You're studying to be a lawyer. Engineering and business, etc. They were from very prestigious elite families. Mind you, they were roughly 18. It says 20 on some cases, but that might be including the two pledges, being Sanda and somebody else. So I assume that's why they're not included. But 18 of these frat boys were involved in this case.
Jesus.
And were there witnessing and enabling everything. They were all from prestigious families. It was, you know how it is. It was one of the most sought after fraternities at this university, which is one of the most top 5%, if not the very top first university within Belgium. They only accept 2, 3, sometimes 4 pledges per year to join the fraternity. They only accepted members from the most elite families. The secrets of the fraternity ended up somehow getting publicly exposed multiple times, actually. But the very first one was around 2013 by an animal rights group that lodged a complaint against the university and the fraternity for harming animals due to a video that was leaked online of them doing something with a baby pig, so to speak. Instead of the university handling the issue with the fraternity in question, they try to get them to sign a contract. What? Basically, like a legal binding contract stating that they can't do certain shit.
Hell no.
That they basically saying, hey, you're not going to use animals next time you do hazing, right? And some other stuff. So the other fraternities ended up signing the contract, but the 18 frat boys and this fraternity, the entirety of the fraternity, completely dismissed the contract. They didn't even look at it. They didn't even sign it. They didn't give a fuck about it. Damn. The contract asked of the students to please agree to abstain from any violence of any kind, racism, extortion, bullying, that discrimination using animals, etc. during hazing. Basically saying, please don't do this shit while you're hazing people, which we'll get into what hazing is later on. The school looked no further into taking action to stop students, dismissing anything that had happened prior, and the fraternity went back to doing everything that they did prior to getting exposed and possibly making new hazing ways as they went into, including a menu for the pledges to eat with various live bugs, animals, coffee, drugs, etc. being on that menu that the pledges have to do as one of just very many fucked up things just to join. Prior to the hazing, the prior hazing took place in a forest. What the fuck? Why are you in the forest? The fuck? With no buildings in sight, with the pledges on all fours on the ground, with the current frat boys wearing things from suits, trench coats, some with top hats, some with fur animal jackets and hats, and even some in cult-ish outfits. If you see the fucking pictures, I cannot show the fucking pictures, but the fucking outfits that they were wearing, very similar to something you guys might take a gander of what the fuck it is. But you know, yeah, white robes down to the ground type badassery. They were holding weapons, various sorts of weapons towards the pledges' heads, as the pledges, being the people that are trying to join the fraternity, are on all floors, meaning that they're on their hands and knees on their floor in the forest while they had weapons towards their heads. Like they were trying to basically reenact something from a fucking horror movie or some cult ass shit that you see in a fucking movie. Like what the it's mad fucking creepy, and all the pictures that they take are always in black and white. Like they're trying to depict something. Bitch, we have color, but you know, what the fuck? The pictures that were exposed publicly showing where things had taken place, such as the students were completely in the nude, fighting each other, and basically in embarrassing poses and doing very other things, forcing them to do drugs, drinking alcohol and other liquor and stuff, to the extent even eating weird things, such as bugs and animals that are still alive, and utter like the most disgusting, vile fucking things you can probably comprehend. These 18, if not the prior fraternity boys that were in this 77-year-old frats have possibly could fucking do, has probably already done it. While having, of course, their elite families and attorneys also studying law and shit, so they know that they can get away with certain shit, protecting them at all costs. Even though it was made public and nobody has seemed to done anything about it. So, this is just a little bit about Sanda, and this will be the end of my slides, but I will end it with telling you guys what happened with his case. So Sanda wasn't the type to join a fraternity. He was very respectful, very kind-hearted boy. He was grateful that his family had migrated to Belgium for him and his brother to have a better education and opportunities. He and his brother were into anime, mangas, and dreamed that one day that they will move together to Japan when they were adults. Everyone who met Sanda said that he would like brighten up a room the moment he would walk into the room, like make everybody smile and just felt at ease and at comfort. He would greet every single person he would pass by, regardless if he knew them or not. And he would try to comfort those that he would just be like, oh, you look like you're sad or whatever. And the way that he would speak to you was in such, you could just very at ease. Like the way that he spoke was so effortlessly spoken, and that it felt genuine every time he would speak. He would say such kind things without smiling or seeming like he was trying to put up a front about it. He would just say it, and it felt genuine when everybody would talk about him, or he would talk to them, right? He was a very kind soul that had no reason to judge others based off their upbringings, due to how his upbringing was full of struggles prior to his family moving to Belgium. He didn't give a fuck what you went through, how much money you had, or if you're rich or anything. He didn't care about status. He seen everyone as equal. He only joined the fraternity due to the fact that he was in a soccer club, and some of the fraternity students he played against in soccer were talking about it, and in consideration of getting more pledges or making one of the newer friends a pledge, to which he thought, why not? I know these people. I think I want to become friends with these people. They seem really nice. I might as well join. I never thought about joining, but it will be nice if I joined a fraternity and had some friends that I knew going into it. Oh my god, little did he fucking know they were all assholes. They were all assholes. It was all a fucking ruse. So, I couldn't make any more slides. There's way more into it. If you want to look into his case, feel free to. But I personally cannot state any of the personal information regarding people involved in this case. But it was taken to court. 18 of the students were charged with premeditation and some other things. To which the case was being held the same time the incident with George Floyd was happening. And because of all the international and news coverage all around the world, it was very triggering, and they felt as though they didn't want the case to be overseen as the attorneys of the 18 frat boys had said, and they wanted to postpone and allow further investigation against their clients, which one, you as a lawyer, you wouldn't want someone to look further into investigation against your client unless you knew that you could prove their innocence, to which delayed the trial longer than it needed to be, and somehow ends up with all 18 students getting only 30 days, which is a single month, of community service. And they, I guess they signed a contract to some extent where it made every single person of the 18 boys and their families names anonymous to the public, and they were allowed to go about doing every single fucking thing that they did normally on a daily basis because their names were anonymous and nobody knew who was involved in the case. They walked into the courthouse with their faces covered and doing everything possible to have their identities concealed to the public. So we don't even know if they actually did their community time or not.
Yeah.
But yep, that's my case
Jesus.
to present.
Jesus.
Yep. Like I personally do not
a
recommend
mess.
looking up any of the fucking pictures on
Oh, there's
about
pictures?
this.
Hell
No.
no.
Don't look
I'm
up the
out.
pictures.
Nope.
The
Yeah, I
pictures
saw
are
by
just straight up
accident.
fucking naked. Everybody naked for whatever fucking reason. I'm like, what the fuck?
Should have been castrated.
Like,
Hmm.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
what's your question?
This was where exactly? Like what country?
Belgium.
Belgium. Okay. Because I've heard about this before, and I just assumed it was America, but that just, yeah, no. Okay.
It was one of, if not the very number one top prestigious university in Belgium.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, that's crazy that you said like lawyers and shit were taking part of it. So how long has this been fucking going on? Whatever. Oh my god, Jesus. Oh.
It's been around for 77 years, and
Yeah.
it looks like they're recreating things that prior frat people have done. So I mean, for 77 fucking years, you know, until recently, but it's been excused.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no,
'Cause
because that's just the norm.
the
This is what we
George
do.
Floyd
Yeah.
publicity kind of overshadowed his case.
It just seems like they used George Floyd as an excuse to then kind of
They
let
really-
media
they really
go
did.
somewhere else and then clean it up. So
He
they don't
was
actually
a
have to take
person.
accountability.
Keep in mind, out of all the members that were in there was only him, Sanda, and one other person in the entirety that were people of color, people of minority.
Jesus.
That one is still in there. He's still currently alive. Person of minority that's in the frat. I don't know if he's still with them or not. And Sanda was the only second in the 77 years to be in there.
Jesus.
That's crazy.
And they said, they claimed it wasn't a racial motivated thing, and they blamed it on saying that Sanda came from his family came from poverty, and that he was malnourished, and that is why he succumbed to his injuries easier than the other candidates that did the same exact thing that he did, and they were perfectly quote unquote fine.
Jesus Christ.
Well, they called him racial slurs and shit as well, but you know, completely forgot
But
about
not
that.
racially motivated at all.
No, not at
Yep.
all.
Dressing
But
up
we'll
in white
just
coats.
fucking hurl those fucking. Well, fuck off. Oh my god.
They recorded everything and even texted each other and had a group chat, and they were just laughing and saying, like, making up new things on the spot of what they could do.
Whatever.
What the fuck ever.
Eat my butt.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we can't.
I mean, is that an offer?
Good job,
but yeah,
Tiny.
Good job, good job.
Good job, Tiny.
Yeah. That was a mess.
Good job, Tiny.
That's horrible though.
We have 3 more to do. We're halfway there.
Wait, you got one? Oh yeah, you do have one. Good job, Yohi. Good job.
Oh shit, he has another one.
Yay!
Wait, you didn't, Suki?
I do, but I just didn't know that you did.
Excuse, you're a bum. I told you I had 2.
You act like I listened to you.
I listen to you.
No, you don't.
I know
No.
what's your fate.
No.
Bitch.
Cuck.
I know that you look. I know I care about you and know about you so much. I know that you're addicted to crack cocaine.
See, and that's why I know you a bitch, asshole. Fuck off. This is why we sucked at the driving. It's your fucking fault. Jesus.
We passed.
Yeah, because I was driving. Who was not fucking helping?
Yeah.
You were in the front fucking seat. Crash the fuck out. Shut up. Star.
I
Beat your
got
man.
us 90% of the way there
Nuh-uh.
before you.
No.
Before I lagged out.
No.
Oh my god.
God, Jesus Christ.
I Hot Wheels
Fucking
beat that.
crimpling of
Bitch.
trips.
My
Yeah,
bad.
the,
How was
Huh?
closing it?
the chips fucking just
Oh.
munching.
Star XR eating hot Cheetos.
Yeah. Star, go twist his fucking balls, please. Just go
Yes.
pound
No,
it.
Andre, don't do it. Don't
Send
do
it.
it. Don't do it.
Send
Get
it.
up in
He's
my
like,
balls
"Whoa,
in
so
your
funny."
jaw. Wee-woo. Balls in
Send
your
it.
jaw.
Damn it, Yoshi! You know what? Fuck it. Is there a
Twist
reverse
it.
milking? Just fucking fill his prostate. Just fill.
Reverse. Fill my prostate, please. Please fill my prostate.
Okay, we're gonna start my share screen
Yay!
now because no.
Second thing.
Fill my prostate.
Christ.
I knew it was
Why
gonna be
can't
a
y'all be
short amount of
fucking
time,
normal?
You're telling us to be normal? Oh, how hath the mighty has fallen, bro.
Yeah, you heard me. Be fucking
What was so mighty
cool.
of you?
Be chill, bro. We got people on the chat.
Excuse me?
At Suki for
You
leaking their
point
names.
one
to the
finger, there's
public.
several pointing back, you dumb bitch. I don't want to hear shit. Bitch, use Canva. I don't want to hear
Oh, what?
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 Niyufi, I'm sorry if I said your name wrong, said that they ended up leaking all the information of the people.
Yeah, no, that's
And
what
they
I
got
was
Yeah,
saying,
they-
yeah.
Yeah. That's why I
Oh.
was like, we
There's-
can't.
Yeah, they
We
some-
can't
there's-
talk about it because
yeah.
they got sued.
Yeah,
Like,
that's crazy.
Oh.
They
Isn't
went
that
to jail.
crazy? That just shows how fucking
That's
extreme
fucking
that
wild.
goddamn case is.
We
Like,
should do
really?
it.
They don't want nobody sharing shit about it?
Dang.
Dude,
Nope.
they about to come
What
for
didn't
us.
never
Let's
mind.
go. No, I'm just kidding.
Really?
No. Let him.
I know,
Let
right?
'em.
We ain't nothing.
I'm not
we
afraid.
only,
I'm an American. I ain't
was gonna
afraid of
say,
nothing.
Mochi's probably like the bigger one out of all of us. She'll probably catch this.
Yeah,
straight.
Mochi did it.
Yeah,
Mochi
I was
did
gonna
it.
say.
What the fuck? No,
Mo-
jokes on you. I didn't stream it.
Mochi did it.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah,
just
you're
take us
right, I
with you to
didn't stream it.
Belgium, bro. Take us with you to Belgium. That's
Yeah,
all
let's
that matters.
go.
Fucking Belgium.
Alright. So ready whenever
Okay.
you are, Star. We're serious now.
We're serious. Game face is on.
Well, let me get the. Okay.
Oh, such a cute baby.
All I'm gonna say, I know. R.I.P.
Oh.
Because
my
poor
God.
kid.
Fuck, that's a
I
start.
forgot. I was like, oh, what a cute baby.
Yeah,
like,
no,
I know,
right?
I actually forgot about
The
it for a
thing that-
second too. That's
I
like,
fucking
oh, these are
said it. And
cute.
I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's like, oh shit.
He's really so adorable. He looks like one of my nephews, so it makes me sad when I see his
no.
face.
That made me depressed when
Specifically,
she said
this one
that.
right here when he smiles.
Oh, not the little gummy teethies.
I know.
Fuck.
At least, never mind.
Oof. Yeah, I know, right? Go.
Okay. So my trigger warning, this involves a child who was 10 years old. Well, it's like debated 9 or 10.
Oh.
Well, on the internet, because it's like talked about. It was famous in Puerto Rico, but like so much of the information got like corrupted through, I will explain later. But his name was Lorenzo Gonzalez Cacho, and this is his unsolved murder. So more about Lorenzo. He was a 10-year-old boy who loved soccer and had a dream to be a famous soccer player when he grew up. He and his father would spend weekends practicing. They had a great father and son bond and always looked forward to their Saturday meetups. So for some more information, this is the father. And this is Lorenzo and then his two sisters. The oldest one's 13. This is the youngest, and I believe she was 6. And the mother and father divorced, or were in the middle of divorce, finalizing the divorce and becoming legally separated, and fighting for custody of the children. So he was only deemed weekends because Puerto Rico is kind of messed up with that kind of stuff, where they just automatically always agree with the mother, no matter what. Ooh. So an overview of the case is Lorenzo Ahmed Gonzalez Cacho was an 8-year-old boy who was murdered on March 9th, 2010, in his home, Dorado, Puerto Rico. His mother, Ana Cacho, brought him to a local clinic around 5 a.m., claiming he had fallen out of his bed. However, the autopsy revealed severe blunt force trauma and 3 stab wounds to his face, which contradicts her account. This is the mother.
Ain't no fucking
Yeah.
way you don't look at that and be like, oh my god, he wasn't stabbed. What?
Right. Dorado, Puerto Rico is one of the most rich parts of Puerto Rico. It's where a lot of rich people go to live because it's considered the safest tourist area. It's about a 15-minute drive from San Juan to the left. This was the mother's statement to not only the doctors, but the police as well. She said that on the night of March 8th, 2010, Lorenzo was at home with her and her 2 daughters. And according to her, Lorenzo went to bed normally, and there were no signs of anything unusual. But around the early morning of March 9th, she claimed to have found Lorenzo injured in his bed, which she then changes this statement. She then changes the statement to say that her youngest daughter, who was 6, came into her room in the middle of the night with blood in her hair and said that she it got dirty and she was angry because her brother got her dirty. And so the mother saw that she had blood in her hair and ran into the room. But she keeps changing her story. She stated that he had fallen from the bed and that is how he got hurt. She then rushed him to a local clinic in Dorado around 5 a.m. where he was pronounced unalived. There's many flaws in her statement that were, and yes, I'm gonna use all the ugly pictures of all these people because frick them. The autopsy contradicted her version of events. Lorenzo had severe blunt force trauma to the head, 3 stab wounds to the face. These injuries were not consistent with a simple fall from a bed. Additionally, she did not call 911 and was made... She did not call 911 from her house. The crime scene, which is her home, was cleaned before investigators could examine it, raising serious concerns about tampering or obstruction. So, a little more information on that. So she didn't feel the need to call 911. She was freaking out, putting him in her car. She said that how he got the blunt force trauma to his head was because when she was rushing with him to the car, she accidentally hit it against the car door.
What?
Whatever.
What?
And instead of... So, legal age, Puerto Rico, to stay at home by yourself is age 12. The oldest daughter was 13. And people have concerns as to why she told her children to get dressed and come with her. Not even get dressed, get ready. So the girls were putting on clothes, putting on their shoes, doing their hair, which is weird because if you're concerned, like you say, with everything that's happening, why are you gonna... And your daughter's old enough to stay by themselves. Yeah. Why are you having them get ready unless it's not a big concern for you? My opinion. So during the investigation or whatever, the police ended up going to the hospital and she told them the same thing. Oh, he fell, blah, blah, blah. And then changed her story from what she told the doctors, because the doctors told the police that she said that she found him like that, but she told the police that her daughter came into the room, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So on the way to the hospital, or we're just going to call it a hospital, but it really wasn't a hospital. She's having her 13-year-old daughter in the car with her call her grandmother to let her know what's happening. Not only does she call her grandmother, she calls the father to let him know what's happening. And you would think, okay, yeah, the father makes sense. The grandmother, maybe. But then she starts having the girl call her friends and talk with her friends about everything that's happening right now while she's supposedly in distress trying to go bring her son to the hospital. Turns out... Well, actually, let's just continue. I'll leave that to keep it organized how I have it. Okay. Key suspicious points is that Ana Cacho admitted that her boyfriend, Jesus, Gennaro, Camacho, this dude right here, and others visited the house the night of the murder.
Anything. It's just a black screen.
Oh.
Seriously?
No,
it's back for me. I just gotta touch it.
I was saying it's fine for me. Silly.
Okay. This is the guy. So something I forgot to put in here because I was... Yeah, that's the boyfriend. That is the boyfriend. That's the reason they were getting divorced, is because she was cheating on him with this dude. by the way.
God, Jesus. So we all fucked up. Got it.
Yeah. So
someone in your YouTube chat left you a message.
Oh, is it good?
Remember the day you'll buy a food item with a longer expiration date than your own life. Till we meet again, and then they left.
Fuck.
Okay.
huh?
This
I'm very
mysterious
confused about it.
ass bitch. What the hell?
Yep.
Anyways,
Laura or some shit.
Go
Ew.
ahead and explain that. What is as Chica says, turkey neck ass. Go.
He looks like the thumbs from freaking Spy Kids.
No, not the
Oh my god, he does.
No.
I have a picture of like who the fuck is it? Captain America as a Thum Thum. Where is that?
Not the legal name Thum Thum. Shush. No.
Thumb thumb. Okay. He is known to have previous issues with Anna for domestic violence. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. My bad.
No, you
Gotta.
good.
This contradicted earlier statements where she said it was only her and her children alone at the house. And authorities also noted that she was very calm and demure and inconsistent during the questioning. So, in my notes, I wrote that during her interview with the police, they, mind you, while they're being interviewed, nobody's at the house. Not even the police. The police did not even bother to go
Where
over
the
there
fuck
and
did they go?
crime scene it. No, they were still at the police station. I have a lot at the end that I'm gonna talk about Puerto Rican government. But
I have a lot to say about their fucking hospitals. How about that? Shit.
LOL. But so nobody's like really there at the crime scene at the moment. And she seems like very manipulative. Not even seems, she is. I'm gonna just say she is. She has a way with words to where I was watching one of her interviews because they only have like a 30-second clip, but she's like saying certain words, and then when the officer like catches on to something that didn't make sense, she'll go back and like change a slight word to make it seem like she meant it like something that it wasn't. Basically like molding the story as she's talking about it. And despite being a central figure in the investigation, though her boyfriend has never, or Anna have never been formally charged with the murder, and the case remains open and unsolved. Blah. Yeah. I don't know why I wrote that. So next page. First suspect is the mother.
Not that photo.
Yeah, I told you I'm gonna use every ugly photo I can find because frick these people.
Hell yeah.
She was the last known person with Lorenzo before his death. Her story that Lorenzo fell from his bed did not match. She cleaned parts of the crime scene before the police arrived. She did not call 911. Instead, drove him to a clinic, which I'm gonna put a note there. The clinic was like a 5-minute drive from her house, so I could get why she thought she could drive faster there. But it's the fact that it contradicted because she waited extra time for her daughters to get dressed. So it was like, you know. Anyways.
Okay, me as a parent, I would throw them in the fucking car. I don't give a fuck if they got clothes on or not.
Fuck it, we'll just put shit in the back.
Right.
Get in!
Why? She's talking about that.
Right.
Didn't you say at one point that the girls were fucking brushing their hair and doing their hair to make them look nice?
Yes.
So fucking.
What the fuck?
Oh
That's
God.
word of
But you
mouth.
didn't
That's
do
word
that.
of mouth.
Okay,
Not official, but word of
okay.
mouth. Before they could. Right. She gave conflicting accounts about who was in the house that night. Legal status, never charged, but remains a central figure. I feel like I should put this because every person that they ever talks about this, they try and take some legal action or whatever. And I figured, maybe I should just because they're a little hot-headed, I guess. So I'm gonna give you some crucial information. Her mother is very close with a lot of political figures in Puerto Rico. And she has a lot of ties within not only the police, but also the government. The government, I said that. So, for some reason, when she was released, they were like, oh, we don't want your daughters to see the crime scene or whatever, blah, blah, blah. You can clean it up. So, when we get there, the kids won't be more traumatized than they already are. They did not just clean it up. Here, when I went more in depth with it, I ended up finding out that one of the suspects that will be named later went back to the property with her grandmother, Anna's mom, and not only got rid of the mattress, they burnt the mattress. Like, burned it. Cleaned everything off the floor. Everything looked spotless. Everything was so clean. You could smell the bleach. There was someone that made a statement anonymously that they could smell like the cleaner. Like, it was like they bleached everything. So that was a big issue.
Yeah, that's not suspicious at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, very not. This is the boyfriend.
God, yes! I love this! Fuck them! Put up the spicy, stupid pigs!
Yup! Allegedly, he visited the house at night, but he initially denied it. Even though he had said before that he was there. Okay.
His face. I can't.
No. I know.
I love this.
Can we all just remain calm, please?
Sorry, yeah.
There is a known domestic dispute between them. Yes. But they never filed it with the police, but police were called. He was also rumored to have violent tendencies. aka beat on her. Some witnesses placed him near or at the home that night, but when they kept interviewing the neighbors and stuff, the neighbors quickly changed their stories, or some even outright deny that they did not want to talk about it no more. Sounds like coercion. I don't know. But he legally is not charged. Okay. Michael Pierluisi is the son of the past. So this right here is his father, Pedro Pierluisi. He was a congressman at the time in 2010, but he soon then became governor of Puerto Rico, which is basically the president. His son allegedly was at the home of the incident that night. Because later, Anna admitted that he had visited, which then again contradicts the third statement that she ever made. His presence raised suspicion due to the cover-up theories. Some believe political connections slowed the case, aka the grandmother. She was friends with Pedro and the Attorney General. There you go. I was trying to get it out. The Attorney General, who then, when he reviewed the case real quick, privately with the Ana Cacho family, he resigned from his post as Attorney General to become a personal lawyer for Ana Cacho, which is suspicious. Suspicious.
A little.
A little.
Bro, shut up.
I have other things to say about this man here that I feel like plays a lot into why I 100% believe he was here allegedly. This man has a lot of controversy behind his name and is why he is no longer governor of Puerto Rico. During the pandemic, this man withheld resources from the island donated by people around the world.
This is that bitch? It's that bitch?
Yeah, it's him.
Oh!
He withheld resources, baby formula, diapers,
The
food,
generators.
canned foods.
Fucking
Yeah,
generators.
Yeah, generators. Purposely withheld every resource you could possibly think. Medical supplies. Kept it in
No, didn't even blocks the fucking ports or something. So
yeah,
the doctors that wanted to volunteer to help people couldn't even
could not
get in.
go. Yep.
Because of this fucking bitch putting cars and shit at the dock so nobody can board on the fucking island. Or even fly in, this little bitch.
And he had a humongous warehouse where he kept, where it ended up getting revealed. I'm gonna say alleged because he quickly and swiftly removed anything that could pinpoint anything to do with him. Supposedly. Okay. But it was a warehouse filled of bottled waters, more generators, gasoline, the baby formula, the diapers, everything. So I 100% believe if that's the characteristics of this man, that this dude right here would come out 10 times worse because he is the offspring of this. I just feel like I needed to add that in there. But he was allegedly at the home. I don't know. Naldi. I could not find a picture of this man for the life of me, but I know that he is bald. That's all I can remember, is that I know he's bald. He was a friend of Anacacho. He was a suspect believed to have visited the house that night. He is important. Illegal substances with a certain pipe, not a hookah, but a pipe that the little rocks, if you know what I'm talking about, was found at the crime scene, which God forbid, like, you're trying to clean up, make sure that you look as good as possible to the police, but you're gonna leave illegal substances in your house. Okay, they were drinking mixed with those illegal substances, you know. Okay, but he's the supplier, mind you. Him, Naldi, and then the next two guys that I'm going to talk about, they were all childhood friends from school, from elementary school.
Of course.
God, Jesus.
Now we have, this guy was not a childhood friend. My bad.
He got no
not
arm.
This guy.
Oh.
Yeah, he's called El Manco, the one-armed man. That's what that means. Basically, very, 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 very rough translation. But his name is Luis Gustavo Rivera Ciejo. He is a homeless man with mental illness known by the name El Manco. Why was he a suspect? He confessed multiple times to unaliving Lorenzo, and his statements were inconsistent and unclear. Had no direct connection with the family or home. Many believe his confession was coerced or fabricated. Legal status, charged in 2016, but the case was dismissed for lack of credible evidence. So, he was supposedly that night released on accident by the police because he got mixed up with some other dude that had the same like 3 last names as he did. So he went to the Dorado area because that is where his family is from, and a 15-minute drive is like maybe 2-hour walk. And Puerto Rico's not that big, and it's kind of a straight road.
It really isn't. You could take the fucking highway to get across the whole fucking island.
In like 2 hours. You can go around the whole island in 2 hours without traffic.
Deadass.
But this man, he went to a Burger King to try and get food out of the trash down the road from where her residence is, which is a gated residence, by the way. I forgot to mention this. Doesn't matter. The security is crap.
Shit, he got in.
Non-existent.
He had to be invited in. That's what it's giving.
No, actually, because a woman I watched, who she was fascinated by this case, she actually went to Puerto Rico, got an Airbnb and everything. She was like, "Oh, let me see if I can like get into the gated residence, and maybe like they up their security now," because he said he just walked in, like it just automatically opened, and she did the same thing. It just allowed her to go in. They didn't even ask for nothing. Blah blah whatever. Anyways,
What the fuck?
yeah. That's not new though. But to stay on topic, he says that he was hungry, couldn't really find nothing in the Burger King trash. And Burger King was important because it was right, maybe a 3-minute walk from the gate. And supposed that's where his mother used to work, but she no longer worked there and he didn't know. And so he like made his way allegedly to the house. And in Puerto Rico they have metal gates. I don't really know how to describe it, but they're about like 6 feet tall.
Mm-hmm.
But she had a little gate that divoted and had a cement area that would go to about 3 feet tall. So he says that he was able to get over the wall, which I don't know how he was able to get over it if he has one arm. Okay. And he dropped all of his documents, supposedly, all over the floor and decided to just leave them there. That were showing like, that he was in jail, blah blah blah, like just all of these incriminating, conveniently incriminating stuff just out in the yard. So he climbed over, blah blah, whatever. Said he was able to get in through a window, but the windows are barred in the pictures that I can find of her house. So I'm not sure how he got in if it's barred. But he said that he was going through the kitchen and he saw some crackers and he was eating the crackers, and that Lorenzo woke up. And then he grabbed an knife. And yeah. And then leaving no trail, but we don't know because, she cleaned it. He decided to leave the papers, I guess, but take the knife. But okay.
Wait, did he spill the paperwork at the gate when he was hopping that shit, or did he spill it in the fucking house? Because now that's contradicting.
In the gate. When he was hopping over, when he hopped over, it fell, and he decided, I guess, not to take it. But then on the way back out, he only took the knife and not the papers. But that's
relatively tall. So my assumption is, if the way that you described it,
I think he's 5'10".
That bitch looks taller than 5'10".
You know.
But like the way that shut the fuck up, Yoshi. The way that you described the gate is giving concrete gate, like the concrete base, and then the metal gate is on top of the concrete gate.
Hold up.
So therefore, like, it would be kind of a ledge, that he would be able to step over and then hop that into the yard.
Hold up. I got you. So basically, when the police sweep the house the first time, they didn't find no papers. But then they went back the next day. No. So this is where they think that it's fabricated. Because then the next day, they were like, oh, let's go do it again. Even though they already swept the house. And then they conveniently found the papers beside the gate, which doesn't make any sense. Hold up.
What the fuck? Were they not doing their job, or was that bitch took it and then decided to put it back?
I think this is alleged because, of course, everything I say is alleged. I think that due to her ties with the government and that the alleged involvement of the congressman's son, I think, that they took advantage of this mishap from the police of accidentally releasing him, and they just got all of his files to then dump at the site and have the police go over there and relook everything again, or like resweep. I'm getting a picture of the house right now to paste onto the screen so I can kind of show you like what I'm talking about. Hold up.
My stomach hurt.
Go take a shit.
Damn, why is that y'all?
Because that clears.
Go.
It's
You
not gonna
want
be
the
a good
Hispanic
picture.
fucking version of it? Do not fucked up. You're fine. Just go drink water.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna
Damn.
say.
Okay.
Still here, brother.
Upload.
Appreciate you, Moo Moo. I appreciate you. I gave you a shout out. It took me forever how to figure it out, but I figured it out.
Yay, look at you. Damn, that raid happened a while ago, brother.
What you talking about?
There you go.
I asked you for help and you didn't say shit.
You
So
asked
don't
for
come talk to me.
help? No, you didn't.
Yeah, I DM'd you. I DM'd you.
Oh, you know I'm not that smart to
Okay,
be
so
doing
it's not
two
that
things
big.
at
It's
once.
not that big.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I didn't. It's not your
Well,
fault.
this isn't the official house.
My bad, brother. My bad.
But like,
You're good. You're good.
Somewhat
I'll
to
remember
this
it would
extent.
come up. The metal bar came up like this.
Oh.
And then they had pillars that were a little higher. And somehow, with his one arm, he was able to grab on the metal right here, hoist himself over,
What?
and
How can you not
get
get
into the
spikes
house.
in his booty hole?
The whole thing is that it don't make sense. That's the whole thing right here.
No. I feel like he walked
Yeah.
in.
Yeah.
No,
So, to add more.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
This is the other friend, William Marrero Rivera. He is an ICE agent. He is a U.S. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. He was also suspected to be at the home at that night. His presence raised questions due to his law enforcement background, especially since the scene was cleaned up, and he was the one that went to go clean it up with her. That's the guy right there. That's the only photo I could find of him on the internet.
Jesus, why does it look like a fucking Adam Sandler meme? What the hell?
Yeah, why does it look like a meme?
That's what I'm saying. Like, what the hell?
Excuse me.
It pisses me off because him being in law enforcement and his history is iffy, but like the little that I could find of him is that he was a police officer before he was a part of ICE. So yeah. A compromised crime scene. I had to put more emphasis on this because it just genuinely bothers me so much. So there were political and social pressures that complicated a clean investigation. Mix of rumors, leaked documents, and speculation media coverage. And there were contradictory witness statements. Here we go. I didn't have enough time to write the contradictory witness statement, so I'm going to read it off my iPad right here.
Okay.
With Ana Cacho. Her initial claim was that he fell from his bed, leading to the injuries. The contradiction, the autopsy, which then she would then admit that even though she initially claimed to be alone with her child, her boyfriend was there, Jesus Gennaro Camacho, and her friend Michael Pierluisi were at the house doing drugs and alcohol with her boyfriend. He initially claimed that he was not at the residence at all, but later was revealed that he was because of her statement and other people's statements putting him in the area around that time of death. The one-handed man was then revealed to have mental disorders, and he had confessed multiple times, and each time had different details and did not add up with the story. His confusion and confessions of inconsistency Inconsistency.
Oh boy.
Inconsistency.
Thank you.
I
And
had to
lack
find it
of
out. I was like, is that
and
right?
lack of evidence. I know I couldn't. I'm literally reading it and I couldn't even say it.
You're good.
Bro, I be gaslighting myself when it comes to words. I'm like, that sound right. No, the fuck it's not. Shut up.
But it led for authorities to just dismiss him completely because of the public, not because of the court system, but the public decided were so outraged that they were allowing all of these inconsistencies to still allow him to be convicted in 2016, blah blah blah. Yeah. Her daughters. So this is a big hot topic. The details about the daughter's statements are scarce because the only thing that they were able to get was from a doctor, but it's considered hearsay and cannot actually be used because when they asked the little girl, she would not talk. But the doctor stated that the 6-year-old girl said, "Mom told me that he was going to be okay and I shouldn't say anything." Okay. And then social workers got involved with the children.
I hope they took him away.
Oh, they did. Yeah, gave full custody to the father. But the before that happened, it was about like 2 weeks, I think, before they actually got custody taken away. The what am I trying to say? Well, let me find my place. Oh, the mother was not allowed to be with him, so they allowed the grandmother, who they believed was unbiased source or unbiased support for the child, to be interviewed by social services. The social services worker even stated in her notes that the grandmother said, "We don't speak about the dead because they'll come back to haunt us." So that kept the girls quiet and not wanting to speak about anything that they saw that night. So that was enough evidence for them to get their rights to the children revoked, given to the father. Then comes to the mother takes the father to court because she wants to have him cremated before they can do an official autopsy, not done by the hospital, but like an official autopsy by the police. And she's fighting to have him cremated because she's like, "Oh, I just want to put my baby to peace and rest, and I don't want him to be cut open, blah blah blah." Like, she was so adamant of him not getting autopsied. But thank goodness, because 2 days before the finalization of 2 days before they finalized that the father could have the kids, so he was deemed in control of what they do with the son, and he fully 100% cooperated with the police to let them do another autopsy. Which then made her seem even more suspicious because if you loved your kid and the police are trying to do everything they can to find evidence because you cleaned up the crime scene, to find out who unalived your son, you would be more than willing to allow them to get what they needed. But yeah, it's still unsolved, but I 100% believe that the mother was drugged out. All of the friends were drugged out, and I believe that the mother had resentment towards her son because he favored his father over her because they had a stronger bond. That's like very out there. And the girls, now that they're older, have even admitted that there were a lot of issues between them and their family way before his situation, Lorenzo's situation, and they don't talk to their mother because of that. And I believe that well, not even that I believe, there are reports that she has very bad anger issues, and I think the combination of alcohol and drugs made her lash out and take out the divorce and custody battles onto him, because maybe he said something or saw her doing these things and was like, oh, I'm going to tell my dad. And she did not want that to happen, and yeah. But that's my theory. And that's all for this case.
Good job.
Thank you.
Oh, jeez, man.
You created this.
Huh?
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 I don't know. A lot of context. Well, actually, I started this. I wanted to do this. It's my fault.
I mean, I'm not against. What? I like it, but I'm just like, damn. I'm just pissed, bro.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Oh
like,
yeah, it is.
Damn.
You.
It should be whack.
Damn.
Why are we pissed
Shit
about
pisses
some of
me
these
off.
fucking cases?
Yeah,
dude?
period. Double dad. I mean, W dad.
Double dad?
Double
I meant
dad.
W.
Double dad.
W reader? That's crazy.
Double dad.
All right.
No, but yeah.
That was good. That was a good one. It's a mess though.
Go ahead. Go ahead,
me?
Suki.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. This one's a little.
Oh my
bit of
god,
a
I
short
forgot there was
one.
more.
What the fuck is that?
let me
Oh, that's
check.
yours. That's not even mine. That's
Maybe
crazy.
you should do.
What?
It's Chica. They said next time you should do happy ending ones. What is that? What would that one's be?
I think they mean with resolved, like they had
We should do
caught
some.
who did it.
We should do something completely different next time.
I mean, the purpose of it is
Just
to
to
bring
serve.
attention to these like cold cases that never got like dealt with to begin with. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, maybe
agreed.
and hope that they get fixed or
Well, and
find
it's also
some
to show
evidence.
patterns of like the corruption in justice systems and like the inconsistencies or favoritisms between law enforcements and situations and biasness.
No, and I was just
and
about
showing
to
the
say that, too.
corruption.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's why I'm like I feel bad because that one, the case I'm about to cover doesn't and it's just a one that I know, and I'm like, fuck, I didn't follow my criteria.
Mine is too. It's just something that I heard of, so it's not like. I guess that's kind of like a lighter note. I mean, like what could be taken as a lighter note if there's any.
Yeah.
That like my case isn't like directly. Well, actually, it's a smidgen of like wrongdoings. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In that sense of like inequality and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
So-
I shared it. Do you see it?
Yep.
I don't know why my screen is showing everything you share is green, but
what?
it's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna watch
You know
through the
why I
stream. It'll
couldn't
be a little
hear
lagged.
I know why I couldn't hear your stream.
Why?
Or your snippet, because my audio was muted on Discord, like for sharing.
Oh.
Yeah. So
Bruh. Damn. It's okay. It's okay.
so just go back and do the whole thing over. And then...
I do not. No, I would probably say more, and I'd be like, fuck with this part, and then I swear.
Amazing.
I don't know. So this one, again, I'm sorry. I did find this one a while back, and I thought it was interesting. So I wanted to talk about it. This one is about Diana Robertson. We'll start from a day, but I do want to start off, of course, with the trigger warnings. I'm not gonna.
Why don't you put it in present?
Yes, if any of these make you uncomfortable, squeamish, I would recommend that you get. Go on, get.
Stickler, but could you put it in present mode?
Huh? That will take my
Can
whole
you put it in present
screen.
mode?
That'll take my whole screen.
What does that mean?
That
Do
means
you not want
it will
that?
fuck up the whole size. Yeah, because I have it on my TV, my guy.
On your television?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
She uses her TV as a monitor screen.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
You can do that. Anything with an HDMI.
No, I know
port can
that.
become a screen.
I'm sorry to derail this whole thing. Go ahead, continue.
I know, it's always you. No, I'm just kidding. It's fine. No, is that good, or do you want me to try to make it bigger? Because I can like zoom in.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I can see it fine
like,
on your screen.
I don't want to blow up your TV or whatever.
Shut up. Not everyone can have two nice
I don't have
monitors.
two nice monitors.
It's not,
I have
it's not even a nice monitor. It's just a TV. But
my second monitor to read chats, my busted up ass phone.
That's what I'm saying. Like I have a busted ass bitch for my my chat and everything. So I get it.
My comment towards that is, you think 2 monitors is a lot? I seen bitches with at least 5 to 6.
I know. That's why I was like,
they got like 3 at the bottom, 1 at the top, and 1 underneath, and then the fucking side one for their fucking chat.
How many
I'm like,
monitors
what
you
the
got,
fuck?
Mochi?
How many? Yeah.
Because I had a laptop. I didn't have a PC, so I needed my laptop.
How many you got, Mohi?
I had to multitask.
She said 2.
Oh, she said 2? Okay.
Yeah, I have 2.
Jeez.
Oh, fuck you. I don't want to hear from your deaf ass.
Get your ears checked.
I didn't have money to spend on a PC, and my logic was, I have laptop, might as well get 2 screen, because I like to multitask, and I get bored when I'm waiting.
Said that
so I
all
play
like
another game.
I have laptop.
Yeah, me have laptop.
That's why I thought. That's why I thought. I was just like, wait, so is it 3?
Laptop.
So all right, but yeah, no, okay.
No, 2.
No, you're good.
Laptop.
But you know,
I would have game on one screen, and then as I'm queuing, I'm playing a different game on the other screen.
Damn.
Or watching TV.
Yeah, no, I just use it just for like chat and Discord and whatnot, and I still haven't figured out. I still haven't properly figured out how to Discord. Like, I'm so jealous of you, Mochi. I don't know how you were able to like play games, talk to chat, and talk to us while like typing and replying in Discord. Like, how the fuck? Hell no.
It's because she has more than 2 brain cells.
I know.
Like, I'll have the how I have it is 2 tabs, one for YouTube chat and one for Twitch chat, and I have the browser sources like side to side on one screen, and then I have my game there, and then I'll use my phone to reply on Discord. Because technically I could pull up Discord and reply from there. Yeah. But sometimes I'm already doom scrolling my phone while I'm waiting. Not only am I playing 2 separate fucking things, I'm also doom scrolling and texting.
Okay. I mean,
I might
guess
have
that makes sense. I was just so confused. I was like, damn, you're killing it. I can't. I'm fucking struggling.
Nah, it's simple.
And with that, we continue.
All right. With that, yeah. All right. Anyways, yes. Let's start. Let's start with Thursday. Yeah, Thursday, December 12th, 1985. Fuck. One afternoon, a 2-year-old girl was found roaming a Kmart in Mineral, Washington. After she was found and taken to the store manager, they reported and called 911. The store manager noted that she wasn't crying. She wasn't, like, there was no signs of anything on her. She was just a normal kid that seemed lost. They took the little girl, walked around to be like, hey, does this seem familiar? Does this seem familiar? Like, anything over here? Where's your parents? And nothing. After walking around the store, with she wasn't saying a word, they checked her into the hospital. There was nothing wrong with her. She was just okay. She was then, once they said that she was good, she was then sent to a temporary foster home. Following the next day, her and her parents were reported missing. 2 days after the whole Kmart incident, a nurse recognized her and was like, oh shit, I know who that is, and from the news broadcast and from her family's disappearance, and was able to try to like knock her down, and I guess they named her from the hospital records, which makes no sense to me, but whatever, I guess. That's what I found, is that some nurse was able to figure out her name, which I was told that the hospital didn't know her fucking name. Either way, using the news broadcast, the grandma was able to find her, and that was 3 days. 3 days. This poor little girl was just going about, not knowing what life is. Her name's Crystal. When she met up with her grandma, the first thing was, of course, she's like, "Grandma," she's happy to see her. And they're like, "Hey, like, can you," like, the police, like, asking her, like, "Hey, can you tell us anything about your parents? Do you know where they're at? Anything at all?" And all she could state is "Mommy's in the trees." So they just kind of wrote her off and was just like, okay, maybe she's not verbal enough. Maybe she can't talk. Fine, whatever.
Mommy's in the trees?
Mommy's in the trees. Mommy's in the trees. So
that gave me chills.
I know. That's why I like this. I shouldn't say like this case, but it is a very intriguing case because it's just like, oh, poor pobrecita. She saw something, And especially since she was not verbal, even at the Kmart, and wasn't crying, she seemed like calm. It feels scary. Like she's not okay. Anyways,
Right.
so it's been a minute now. And hold on. Oh shit. The hunt was going on. The father of Crystal, Michael. I guess they called him Mark or Mike. I'm gonna call him Mike, whatever. Mike and Diana, they were boyfriend and girlfriend. The father of Mike kicked off a whole hunt for them, trying to fucking find them, anything. They try to search around. Apparently, Mike was a hunter. They would go to like where his trapping spots were. They said since it was December, they were like, oh, maybe they went to go find a Christmas tree. So they like searched in the forest where they would go. They searched all over. It was just a big hunt for the couple. Cause luckily, yes, they found the daughter, but where the fuck are the parents? 2 months later, February 18th, there was a finding of Diana. She was in the woods that they did claim that there was where they were trying to look for Christmas trees. She didn't have any clothes waist up, and she was impaled 17 times. And she had a tube sock tied around her neck. The police believe that the sock was used for control, and it wasn't said that she was strangled. Obviously, she died from the impaling that has happened. The odd thing about it was not only did they find her body, obviously, as the poor child stated in the trees, because she was up there. They brought her down. There was also a red pickup truck that belonged to Mike that was right next to her, like parked kind of close to her. I shouldn't say right next to her, but it was parked like close to her. It was a mess for sure. There was blood in the car, and they didn't have perfect like DNA checking, sampling, whatever. So they couldn't actually properly confirm if it was hers or his, or obviously it couldn't have been Crystal because she was fine. But just they don't know who it was, but they can check it enough to say that it was human. So there's that. That doesn't fucking help. But there was also a letter that said, "I love you, Diana, sorry." And it says, I'll miss you," or what. It was in the car. So their first thought, of course, since we found the mom, has to be the boyfriend. And rightfully so. Apparently once they got this, they're like, cool, fucking, let's go find this motherfucker. Because not only do we find his car, he's that's a fucking thing. Not only that, but apparently they brought it up that two months before the whole missing thing. What was it?
What?
October? Because that thing happened December, October. He went to jail because he DV'd both of them. He busted down her door and literally wiped her face on a carpet so much so that it left her with red eyes, carpet burns on her face, and a broken nose. So he went to jail, and they pretty much put him on court mandated therapy, right? Yeah. Court mandated therapy, and they pretty much were like, he just has fucking fits of rage. Like, that's a fucking excuse. Whatever. They said that he just has random fits of rage, and they gave him pills, and they think that, like, oh shit, he might have just fucking popped off on one of these days. And since they were tying him to that, and they're like, he has a history of violence, they also were gonna tie him in to an unfortunate case that happened 4 months earlier. A man named Stephen Hawks and his girlfriend Ruth Cooper, they were attending a friend's wedding reception. They were gonna go camping near the place that Diana was found. Then 4 days after they went camping at that spot, Stephen was found not moving in his sleeping bag at their campsite and was pew-pewed in the forehead. The couple's pet dog was found in the same state, in the same campsite.
Dog, dude, what the fuck?
I don't know.
Right.
I don't know.
Fucking bitch.
And then Ruth was nowhere to be found. Till 2 months later, her skull was later found, and it was like 50 feet the fuck away from her body, from the rest of her. So, but the thing, that's why they tied it together with Diana, is because she was not only found in the same state with the pew-pew as the dog and the boyfriend, but she also had a tube sock tied in the similarity that Diana had. The police were able to identify the socks as obviously fucking from the same pair, identical. Shit got fucking whacked. So they're like, all right, this has to be Mike. This has to be fucking Mike. Crazy bitch. Fucking same spots. Fucking, he has a fit of rage. Apparently, the other reason, like, I guess after all this was kind of coming out and they were kind of like fucking piecing it together, they found the sock and they tied it in with the other sock and they heard about all this shit. They try to, like, the father tried to get further investigators and whatnot, and allegedly they said that afternoon when they saw at Kmart when with the little girl, they said that they saw Mike's pickup truck around there. So they're like, it has to be him. But that's still allegedly. It was a one-person thing, and it was a private investigator, so we don't know. But we're all thinking it. We're all fucking thinking it, you know? But the reason why it's still unsolved is because literally in 2011, Mike's skull was found 10 feet from Diana's body.
Oh, that gave me chills.
So no one knows what happened. The little girl is doing great. She's living with her grandmother still. They said that she has a picture of her mother, and every time she does something great, she shows it. She shows her mother, like, look at what I did. But
That's sad.
it is. But yeah, nobody knows what happened. Mike found dead nearby Diana's body. Or Mike skull found Diana's body, and the fact that the tube ties, like the tube socks, were both tied around the victims' necks, like it has to be somebody on the loose in Mineral, Washington. Nobody knows what. There has been no other confirmed killings, no other confirmed... Damn, I can't say that. Oh my god. There's no other confirmed
You're good.
bodies and other victims, but for now, this is the ones that we got. This is information that we have. There has been nothing else other than that last in 2011.
So
Yeah.
the girl got to Kmart. How?
Exactly. Allegedly, like I said, somebody said that they saw the car, but who knows? So the Kmart, I'm sorry to mention this. The Kmart is, I think it said it was like 30 miles from the forest.
God.
So if she if she walked that way,
No way. No way.
there would have been signs. Like her shoes would have been fucked.
Right.
Her whatever. Someone dropped her for sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But,
But like Mike, according to the skull, was dead. Fucked.
And
it was
there
at
was
the same time
no-
as her. There's nothing else.
There was no evidence of her being hung, the mother?
Yeah, that's yeah, he did do that after he did the impaling.
Oh, okay. Well, that completely makes sense about the statement "mommy's in the trees."
Yeah, that's
because...
sorry. I was trying to say that, but not trying to say that. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good. No, it's fine. But yeah, no, that's why I was like, yeah, she's in the trees. But yeah.
Mm.
So that baby girl saw something, but who knows? She hasn't said anything since. Probably fucking dumped that shit, and I do not blame her. But yeah, that's my last case.
Jeez.
I would give you a clap, but I hate you. So
Yeah, pinche.
good job. Good job.
Thanks.
All right, that's a wrap. Everyone have a good night.
Hey, no.
What's your case?
No, y'all don't deserve to see my next one. Sorry.
Hey,
No, I want to. I was looking forward to that
Come
one.
on, you're the final finale. Come on.
Okay, can I get a round of applause and like a
No.
fuck you, bitch? You only did one case. You can't talk. Shut up.
I did one
Me
case. and I
neither,
tried to
Chica.
put-
I've
I
never
tried-
heard of
I
that
tried to
case.
pry-
Yeah, that's why I wanted to do that one, because like I was like, my criteria was I wanted it originally to be of people of color and didn't have a Netflix documentary, but I was just like last minute fucking like shit. I was like, fuck it, this one I know has no one's fucking talked about, and it's crazy because that poor fucking baby girl, what the fuck did she see? You know what I mean? But I don't know.
Right. And why
Anyway.
kill a dog?
That's what I'm saying. Like, what the
But-
fuck was he doing? Why?
Right.
Why would you? I don't know.
The only thing I can necessarily think about is that the dog was trying to protect.
That's I was like, maybe it
Maybe.
was barking, protecting, and they just like no, shush. I don't know. Fuckers. That's why I put the animal warning in the beginning, because it's a
Poor
mess.
baby.
Yeah.
Okay.
People
All right.
suck.
Good night, guys. I appreciate y'all being here.
All right,
I'm
let's
signing off. I'm signing off.
Hey, no.
Do your fucking thing, little bitch.
Little bitch.
I'll go in there and read your thing.
Get it.
No, I don't want you to read it.
Tackle him.
Okay, then read it.
Get his
Tackle
pee-pee.
me? Yes.
No.
No. No.
Why are you suggesting all these things? What the fuck?
Because I keep on forgetting. You're into it. You're fucking into cock and ball torture. Oh.
I love CBT.
Oh my god.
Oh, let's just read it. Come on.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
All right. This is the disappearance of Caitlin Latasha Kelly.
Mhm.
Let me fix my hair. Okay, there we go. So, trigger warning. If you're sensitive to disturbing or unsettling information, feel free to leave now. Obviously, everyone who's already left is left, and everyone who's here is here. But just a foreclosure warning. Okay. Who was Caitlin Latasha Kelly? Caitlin Latasha Kelly was a member of the Menominee Indian Reservation located in Wisconsin. She lived in Kashina, one of the towns located within the reservation. Kelly, can you guys see? Is everything good? Like
Yes.
before?
No,
Okay,
you
okay. Kelly was 23 at the time of her disappearance and born on December 18th, 1997. Caitlin was a loving mother of one and loved by everyone around her. Her unfortunate and sad disappearance. Official Menominee Tribal Police report determined that Kelly went missing late June 16th, 2020. Kelly was reported missing on June 18th, 2020 by her mother, Michelle Kelly. This picture is the last known photo of Kelly and was released as a way of letting the public know who she is and what to look out for. Caitlin was suspected last seen alive on County VV Highway East and Silver Canoe Road, and believed to have been picked up around 10:30 p.m. on June 16th, where tribal police suspect that she headed toward Shauna. This is where the case would end until almost a year later.
Jesus.
On Wednesday, March 17th, 2021. Can I say that?
2021?
No, the words after.
No, you can, yeah.
Okay, a body would be found on the Menominee Indian Reservation and would later be identified as Caitlin Kelly. The police did not release an autopsy report as to what happened to her. What is known about what is released is that Kelly's state of being is ruled as suspicious, and how she was unalived and how she ended up being buried in Kashina remains a mystery.
So they found her buried?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh.
Since Kelly's death is an ongoing investigation, the information about suspects surrounding her being is withheld until further notice, and along with any information regarding her autopsy. Unverified information. People have been saying that Kelly's Facebook at 3 a.m. made a post claiming that a black car was parked outside her house. I found her Facebook page and did not find the post about it, and the police claim that could be like anything, like that just because there's a black car parked outside her house doesn't mean that it was responsible for her or anything like that. And it could also have been like whoever did things to her used it as a deterrent, you know what I mean? Some people also speculate that her boyfriend had something to do with her disappearance. Also, a former Menominee Tribal Police member for 5 years was noted as saying that there's a serial unaliver that lives on in the reservation and has been for the past 20 or so years. I was unable to find information regarding if her boyfriend had anything to do with her disappearance, and if there's a serial killer, and if even a serial killer has anything to do with this to begin with. Since Kelly is now recovered, it is great that she is found, even though she never should have been taken in the first place. While the information about her recovery is being obscured, hopes are that they catch the person who did this and bring them to justice. Kelly's mother, Michelle Kelly, who reported her missing, was an advocate for whoever unalived her and have them brought to justice. Unfortunately, as of 2023, her mother has passed away. Passed away without ever knowing what happened to her daughter.
Oh, man.
That's it.
I remember the mention of the car, and I had mentioned I had in a private conversation with Yoshi, I had said like I think it's weird that if you're suspicious or scared that there's a car outside your house at 3 a.m. I'm 100% believe you're not going to post that on Facebook. You're going to call the police.
Yeah.
And that I believe that it was probably whoever
it was trying to like, throw off the trail for sure.
Throw off the police, yes.
And then even like I found her Facebook, which is where it's supposed to come from. Maybe it came from her Facebook, but I couldn't find it. Like her most recent post was like this picture is the most recent picture that she took, and this was like 2 days before she went missing.
When someone passes away, their parents, they can contact Facebook, and their parents can have access to their account and I'm pretty sure that the family wiped away all the things that like they didn't want her to be remembered by. You know what I mean? Because it then becomes a memorial page. It's not even no longer a update status type of page, you know?
Damn it. Good. Yeah, good job. Good work. I
Thank you.
hate
Thank you,
you.
thank you.
God damn it. This was terrible. This was a good idea. I appreciate
It was a
hearing
really
guys'
good idea.
I appreciate
love
hearing
this.
your guys' stories. Some of them I haven't heard. Some of the things I have learned. Unfortunately, I realized how depressing this was. And I hate
Right.
you all.
Right. Treat yourself.
Yeah,
Treat yourself.
right. Oh my god. Well, I'm gonna end it. I'm gonna end the stream.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. I'm gonna end the stream. You guys want to play something nice?
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah,
suggest that.
Yeah, that'd be
Yes,
nice.
please.
But it
I'm
was.
gonna end the
something
stream. as
But
well.
yeah, I
happening.
appreciate y'all coming around. Who should we raid, Yoshi?
Let me
So-
think.
I think
Man,
there's
I don't
only
got
one
nobody
person-
Is
on.
Right.
Raccoon Sama?
Who?
Raccoon Sama's not here.
Oh.
Oh man.
I was gonna say, I think
she likes
Chica
watching this guy
and,
or this woman.
Mumu still might be in the chat, so stick around for a second so we can raid somebody. So we can harass somebody.
let me
Maybe
think.
they'll get. Maybe that will make you a little bit happier than than what we were doing.
Right.
But I honestly I really enjoyed this.
No,
like
I
as
did
depressing
enjoy it.
and
I
as
would
sad
love
as
to
it
do this
was,
again. Maybe
yeah,
we could
I would
do
really
something like
much.
Chica recommended. Maybe we could do ones that already had justice served.
Yeah.
Like just crazy murder cases or serial killers or something. I can't. This sucked.
Yeah.
Let me think. I'm trying to find people.
Oh, I
have this
know.
one guy that I know through my Elda. And like
Ooh, what you got?
I guess he's our only option, really.
Whomst.
Mailbox YouTuber, VTuber.
Mailbox. Is that their name?
Yeah. Yeah, the mailbox
They are
VTuber. That's his
they
name.
are a mailbox.
Yeah,
Oh
they're
no
an actual mailbox.
way! I love
Yeah,
that.
he's a VTuber.
That's so cool. All right, yeah. Hold on, let me just.
Oh, and
try-
it's his birthday.
Oh,
Let's
all
go.
right, mailbox.
Happy birthday,
YouTuber? Wait,
mailbox.
what's her name?
Here, I'll send you a DM.
Ah, damn it. All right.
There you go.
Oh, I just saw Mochi's thing.
What's he making?
Yeah,
Making a gun?
Mochi
No, he's
DM
doing
me. God
Vtuberen.
damn it, you guys! You know I can't multitask. Stop thinking I'm
Sucker.
smart.
Sucker, get put to the test, sucker.
No.
Just remember the mouse. Remember the mouse.
What mouse?
All right, appreciate y'all. Send
Roblox?
this person some love. Apparently, it's their birthday. I appreciate you sticking around. Sorry, I got sad, but hopefully they can get you in good spirits. Get them.
Agreed.
Fight them.
agreed,
Beat them.
Agreed.
Beat them.
Here, wait.
Smack
I gotta do
'em.
my raid thingy.
Bitches.
You do my raid thingy. Calm down.
Burp,
Do this. Oh no! Oh no!
What?
Oh no! No, I messed up. I need emotes, man. I swear to God. Boop. Okay, there we go.
What happened?
What happened? Okay,
What
there
happened?
we go.
What happened?
All right.
What happened?
Who's this
What
pigeon?
happened, Mom?
Pigian.
Wait, he's a
He-
fucking mailbox.
Yeah, he's a mailbox. He's a mailbox.
Mailbox.
Okay.